existing on the created plane, representing the potencies emanating from the divine self in the archetypal world. The will and soul constitute with the self the imperishable and changing man. So absurd are the ways of men, and so far have we drifted from essential, that few of us consciously realize our essential Godhood. That we, like Christ, like Buddha, like Krishna, are sons of God, gods in all verity. As the will is the active, energetic, creative power in man, and inasmuch as in practical magic, the wand is the ceremonial instrument of creation, so is the wand the true symbol of the spiritual will. One, upright, towering to the heavens, mighty, and irresistible power of creation. The intuition, being in opposition to will on the tree, is feminine and passive, representing the true spiritual vision of the soul, or imagination. Chalice on the altar. It is ever open to receive the dictates and commands issuing from above. To it also is referred the spiritualized imagination, which will are the powers par excellence utilized in magic. One opens oneself to the divine will and the divine imagination of the inner self. The greater does one become in the manifestation of one's Godhood, an oracle of the most vehicle of the purest spiritual fire. Below the abyss, the next five sephiros are named the human soul, a composite principle of reason, will, imagination, memory, and emotion, centered in the sephira of harmony. It is this mind which is the evolutionary vehicle of the real self, a mechanism, so to speak, created through long eons of toil and suffering, as a means of acquiring contact with the outside world, so that by means of the experience that obtained, the self may come to a self-conscious realization of its own divine powers and divine nature. It is in this mind that self-consciousness is centered. Although the psychological anomaly is true, that this perceptual mechanism, evolved solely as an instrument, comes to usurp the power of that which gave it birth, setting itself on a pedestal as the ego, as that which has real power, insight, will, and the ability to solve the problems of life. Magic. It is this integral ego, this lower self, which must be offered up in sacrifice to the higher self. As the concept of sacrifice implies that that which is renounced should be the best and the greatest sacrifice, so well-developed minds, well-trained in all the processes of logic and thought, well-stored with things of its own realm, is the greatest sacrifice which the student can lay upon the altar as an offering to the Most High. He that loses his life shall find it. Lest there be some misconstruction placed upon the words destruction and abnegation and sacrifice of the ego, let it be understood clearly that the principle itself is not destroyed. Of course, it is an impossibility in nature. The false values of the ego, its complacency, the illusion that it possesses, that it alone is real and permanent, all else being its creations, these are uttered for destruction. The false egoism in the mind is rooted out. It is an instrument of the soul than which few could be better. The theorem is the foundation of the lower man. It is the Freudian id, and it is that lunar, vegetative, and instinctual principle which is concerned solely with living. This animal soul is at one and the same time a principle of energy and magnetic substance. The totality of the vital life currents, as well as the invisible magnetic mold on which the gross atoms arrange themselves as the physical body. As a substantive principle, it is the astral body, the plastic double built of astral substance, to serve as the basis or design of the physical body. It pertains to the instincts and impulses, being as an automatic storehouse of sensations and impressions, just as the old term, the collective unconscious, may well be applied to the more archaic concept of the astral fundamental instincts of a man, the engine which he experiences, are of the Saphira of Yesar, the foundation from which all of life's energy flows. All the principles of pain and function as a living organism, the principle of the physical body, attributed to the 10th and last Saphira of the tree of life called the kingdom. It is the seat of every force and function, the seven planes of nature, and every spiritual power of man. In all truth, and in this fundamental sense, the human body is in reality the temple of the Holy Ghost.
I used to be so strict because his cabinets break so easily. But then I found this 7-inch Android tablet on Temu. It comes with this thick, shockproof silicone sleeve, so it's actually kid-proof. It's got parental controls, educational games, and it's super fast. The best part, during this Temu sale, it's down to just $19.99. Seriously, this price is only for today. Don't wait for the next crack screen. Click the link below, download the Temu app, and surprise your kids now. Today I'm going to show you how to do the perfect lip combo. First, you need your liner. What do you usually do while you're doing your makeup? Once I got comfortable with my routine, I could watch mini dramas while doing my makeup. It's slots, nothing compared to killing my baby. Just like now, I can watch mini dramas on TikTok Live while doing my makeup. Recently, I've been watching this mini drama. It's a really self drama. I just can't stop. I can finish an entire series in just a few hours. If you have some free time, you should download TikTok Live. It has thousands of mini dramas to watch. But of course, this is only for Android users. Android users, go click the link in my bio, and that's it for the makeup tutorial.
James, in his different lectures of the early part of this century, wrote that one conclusion was forced upon him as a result of certain experiments that he had conducted. Forced upon him that it is our normal waking consciousness, rational consciousness as we call it, is but one special type of consciousness. Parted from it by only the flimsiest of things, their light potential forms of consciousness entirely different. We may go through life without even suspecting their existence. But by the requisite stimulus and at a touch, they are there in all their complete, definite types of mentality, which probably somewhere have their field of application and adaptation. Magic is the name for some archaic psychological methods which, to use James' term, apply the requisite stimulus to reveal other and deeper levels of consciousness, which are ever present, but remain as a rule totally unsuspected. This magical stimulus is applied, and these levels are act. There occurs what has been labeled illumination, the flooding of the mind with light. Before I was blind, but now I see. So-called transcendental experience to be reached by ritual and other technical procedures is the heart of this archaic, Kabbalistic, and magical system, and can hardly be guessed at, save by some shrewd and penetrating modern psychologists such as Carl Jung as well. With the mind, with which I wish in particular to occupy myself at some little length, emphasizes the 5 heroes, numbers 4 to 8 inclusive. Its central state is in Icarus, so-called, the sphere of harmony and equilibrium, which concerns the magician, is the fact that inherent in the mind is a principle of self-contradiction, which prevents its use independent of any superior systems in the quest for truth and light. Using reason alone, man can never come to any true realization of what he is in himself. That is, he can never understand by the mind alone that he is an eternal spiritual entity, a brilliant star, shining by the light of its own essence, within the bespangled body of Nuit, the queen of infinite space. Iamblichus lays the law down quite clearly in the mysteries, that not by discursive reason, through philosophic thinking alone, does one come into fellowship with a God. It is through the awakening of the higher spiritual powers by means of the rite of magic that we have already defined that the consummation of the longer ages is effected. We call so casually the imagination of the ordinary man. It is according to the exponents of magic, the major faculty of the soul, to assimilate the images and reflections of these other levels of awareness of which James speaks. The imagination is the vision of the soul, where it perceives directly and immediately ideas and thoughts of every kind. The spiritual exercises of St. Ignatius of Loyola are really one specific form of magical procedure. Loyola counseled his disciples to relive in the sphere of the imagination all the events in the outward historical life of Jesus. In this method, they are to train their imaginations to see, touch, smell, and taste those invisible things and rehearse those incidents long since accomplished and vanished, which were perceived through the senses of their incarnated Lord. Saint Ignatius desires the imagination to be exalted to its uttermost. If you are meditating on an article of faith, he would have you construct the locality clearly, with exactitude before the vision of the mind's eye, to observe it carefully and closely, even to touch it, as it were. If it be hell, for example, it gives you burning rocks to handle. It makes you float in a frightful darkness as thick as pitch. It places liquid sulfur upon your tongue. Your nostrils are filled with a stench as of hell itself, and it shows you torment, causing you to hear excruciating groans. He would have you also construct the vision of Calvary, with the glorified Christ crowned with thorns on the cross, teaching the redemption of mankind, surveying the heavens with pained eyes, according to his Father in heaven. He would have you envisage the startling wonder of the resurrection, and the miracles performed long ago in Palestine. This Saint Ignatius bids your will to create in imagination by constant exercise, and thus, in this way, apply gains of stimulus to reveal these other levels of consciousness which are present at every moment of our life. Perseverance and constant application will certainly bestow upon the student a will which is indomitable, a mind capable of prolonged concentration, and above all, an imagination which is the essence of creativeness. One of the exercises that is analogous to those recommended by Saint Ignatius is on a more prosaic level. The student is to picture to himself, for example, that is sitting by a mighty waterfall, a Niagara. Before his inner eye, let him create an image of the river high up in its source, murmuring and rambling peacefully along. Then let him conceive of its gradual approach to the precipice, winding torrents of measured waters, swelling hither and thither in curling cascades of whitened foam, tumbling against the rocky boulders, and being irresistibly hurled forward over the edge. Let him further imagine these thousands of tons of water surging headlong over the precipice with a constant reverberating echo of thunder. Conceive then the spray being shot out in all directions, the beauty of the snowy surf reflecting the sunlight into iridescent rainbows full of brilliant color and hue. And in here, upon hearing marvel, the deep, thunderous voice of the terrific impact of their volume against the lower rocks and waters. The student may also construct in imagination more familiar things, the noise of a speeding train, the taste of chocolate, the smells of sweet perfumes and incenses, and the touch of burning coal. Not only must the imaginative formulation of the sense be distinct, that is to say, the taste of chocolate and other sweet caramels, for example, should be clearly imagined. But also the student must so train himself as to sustain or prolong the image or impression. By these efforts of the imagination, its power will germinate and grow, developing beyond conception, and with the passage of time, a new power of creativity and vision will come to him. Similarly, in the Hindu system, there is the prescription of meditation for much the same purpose on the tablets, or the colored symbols of the elements, of which they claim 5. Combinations of these 5 produce 30 sub-elements and elements, the pictorial symbols of which make remarkably good objects for the exercise of the imagination. There is a rounded triangle for fire, a horizontal silver crescent for air, a blue circle for water, a yellow square for earth, and a black egg for spirit. The combination of any two symbols, such as a red triangle surmounting a silver crescent, or a small blue circle placed in the middle of a yellow square, seem in a most singular way to stand out from the dark background of the inner vision and to stimulate all the powers of the imagination. Only a short time suffices to procure efficiency in the visualization of these symbols. In his introduction to a book entitled The Yoga Aphorisms of Patanjali, William Q. Judge made the statement that the ancient Hindu sages knew the secret of the development of the will and how to increase tenfold both its power and efficacy. The secret of the ages, the enhancement of the power of will and wisdom, has never really been lost. Will, to the student of the divine magic, is the primary factor in the production of whatever spiritual changes he proposes. The will is neither good nor bad. It is power only, and so vitalizes all things alike. In a sense, here is where a certain danger of magic intrudes. It is not enough for the student to become God intoxicated and erect in the knowledge and conversation of his higher self. Great as this is in itself, it is not yet enough. For into him whose mind is disorderly and ignorant, poorly disciplined, the gods pour their wine in vain. Because the mind is abdicated to reach a higher synthesis and a noble mind of consciousness, there is no cause to neglect the application of vitality for the purpose of attaining to its own place in nature. That is why, under the ancient system, science and logic were taught to cultivate and so improve the mind. And methods too, because the methods of that science were disciplinary and orderly. Geometry, music, and the arts were also inculcated, and system of symbols was deduced therefrom. Now, the consequence of all these disciplines is obvious. As time progresses through this technique, the student accomplishes two separate things, most of them being major aspects of what we have come to call the great work. A perpetual vigilance, approximating the most powerful kind of willpower, has been generated. This, from the beginning, tends to bring the activities of the human being under conscious control of the will. The second aspect of accomplishment is that not only does the student find himself in possession of a greatly enhanced will, but that the mind itself, all the faculties combined in the ego, previously so troublesome, lacking in concentration, has gradually, because of the dynamic will and these various disciplines, has been placed under control. And in this way, the student becomes enabled to fulfill the terms of what James so eloquently wrote. We apply the necessary stimulus, and there we find in all their completeness the definite types of consciousness which must play an enormous role in the future evolution of mankind.
Zyrtec presents Zyrtalk with Scientist Andy. Did you know grass pollen is one of the most common allergens in the world? But you don't need to let it get in the way of your outdoor activities. To help relieve allergies to grass, you can wear a mask when mowing the lawn, wear hats.
The whole process is simple and pleasurable. In, two, three, four, out. In, two, three, four, out. 2, 3, 4. In, 2, 3, 4, 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 out. 2, 3, 4. In, 2, 3. Continue breathing and mentally counting until rhythmic breathing becomes an automatic reflex. In, 2, 4, out. 2, 4. In, 2, 4, out. 2, 3, 4. In, 2, 3, 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 4, out. 4. In, 2, 3, 4, out. 2, 3, 4. In, 2, 3, 4, out. 2. You are breathing gently, in, easily, rhythmically. Out. 2, 3, 4. In, 3, 4, out. 2, 3, 4. In, 3, 4. You are calm and relaxed. 4. In, 2, 3, 4, out. 2, 3, 4. In, 2, 3. Rhythmic breathing has been taken up by your lungs. In, 2, 3, 4. In, 2, 3, 4, out. 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 3, 4. In, 2, 3, 4, out. 2, 3, 4. In, 2, 3, 4, out. 2, 3, 4. In, 2, 4, out. 2, 3, 4. In, 2, 3, 4, out. 4.
Women with six figures in the bank aren't hustling harder than you. They just said yes to the right opportunity. You know, when you kind of close your eyes and you think about your dream life? Well, this is built in your 20s and 30s, period. Not in your 40s when you're tired and locked into a career that you hate. It's right freaking now. And stacking $100,000 is not about grinding doubles or begging your boss for a raise. It's about learning one side hustle that nobody told you about: high ticket sales. And unfortunately, most women think that sales is cold calling strangers, being pushy, and having to cold call from inside an office closing cell. High ticket closing is the literal opposite.
Relaxation.
Gotta be hot if you want to do that high ticket close though.
All of these tapes be performed regularly. Sooner or later, some salutary results may follow. You might then wish to offer up a prayer of thanksgiving at the opening of each practice session. Use your own imagination and ingenium to compose the kind of prayer that suits you and your own beliefs, rather than follow slavishly some already existent prayer, no matter how excellent it may be. At the root of all systems, metaphysical or occult, relaxation of physical and mental tension is considered a prerequisite. Unfortunately, most systems contain only a rudimentary technique, inadequately developed for the use of the new student or beginner, without any assurance that it will produce results. I want to present a time-honored viewpoint that is repeatedly confirmed with usage of the newer scientific techniques of biofeedback. First of all, the student is to lie down on his back on any hard surface, or on a bed with a firm mattress, or on a table covered by a thick blanket. A well-carpeted floor has been known to be most satisfactory. For some, a small cushion is permitted for the head. The basic idea is to let the hard surface support the body. Too often, when lying down, we remain fully tensed when we should permit the muscles to loosen up altogether. Thus, we support our bodies with much too much tonicity, instead of letting the hard surface do the supporting for us. He must give himself wholly up to it. A few deep sighs will prove of inestimable value. You should engineer some rudimentary relaxation of the diaphragm, the big muscle separating the chest from the abdomen. What is proposed then is for the student to consider in his imagination every part of the body from brain to the tips of the toes. No intricate knowledge of anatomy is really required. On the other hand, however, if the student has been taught the broad outlines relating to anatomy and physiology, he may find that knowledge useful. Should be typically believed are these then now cross one ankle over another. The heel is resting on the hard surface. By interlacing the fins. Consider the blade by visualizing it in the snow. There's a assumption of seen clothes of sleep. Imagine now that the blade is a nice white glutinous substance. Divided to break the caps here. The little part of that tank can unsurface these structures. Right now, some moves, conclusions, and impressions. Three things. This brain, normally white and gray in color, becomes pinkish in hue as you think of it. This visualization creates the blood vessels in the head automatically directing an increased blood supply there. This creates warmth over and above the normal amount, and this radiating outwards to surrounding structures produces a relaxation. Maintain this visualization long enough to become aware of some kind of sensation in the head. Subjective sensations of warmth and tingling. Yet these are not wholly subjective. Chronic feedback experiments indicate that the temperature of fingers or toes using this method may be increased by a degree or two. Relaxing the entire body thoroughly in this way will also be found a distinct stimulus for the maintenance and or recovery of perfect health. Imagine next that the blood, which has been warming and so relaxing the brain, pours downwards from the frontal portions of the brain into the forehead, the eyes, and the temples, dilating the blood vessels there. Go through a similar procedure as previously described until you obtain that characteristic sense of warmth, tingling, and relaxation. These are quite unmistakable, being the hallmarks of the induction of a local release of tension. Passing contemplation downward to the ears, reflecting also on the inner ear mechanisms, the cheeks of the face, and the nose. Imagine the blood flowing there, bringing about a relaxation of muscular and blood vessel tension by reason of the warmth induced by the surplus of blood in that area. Pause long enough until the appropriate reactions and sensations are clearly noted. Hey, so the other day I saw this video by this famous artist saying how incredible and popular this video. So I just turned 40 and I made a promise to my wife to be culinary. So I said, a spoonful of olive oil a day, this I can do. It's been a month since I started and I literally feel no different. I still have the joint discomfort, the brain fog, and the dad bod. What gives? Honestly, it pisses me off. Now, I'm not normally the one to do this, but I actually sent out an email to that doctor. I said, hey doc, quick question. I started taking a spoonful of olive oil for your relaxation and I feel no different at all. Please advise. Now, this doctor is huge, so I wasn't actually expecting a response. But get this, a few days later, an email from him hits my inbox. It was just 9 words. Did you watch until the end of the video? And okay, I admit it, I didn't, but it was like 20 minutes long. I watched the entire thing, did what the doctor said, and it's been about 6 weeks now. I was wrong. His olive oil hack works. My wife actually told me the other day that I'm glowing. I like it because it's so easy. You add something to your diet instead of cutting stuff out. Anyone can do it and feel the results. So watch this video all the way to the end. Do what the doctor says, and you can thank me later.
Have some olive oil before your bed, and your sleeping partner will love you for it. But before you pull that bottle from the kitchen, there are 3 important things about store-bought olive oil that you should know. According to this article, restaurants such as McDonald's give their leftover greasy oil to create fuel for delivery trucks. That belongs in an engine, not in our body. So how exactly did these harmful oils become a go-to for the food, restaurant, and health industry? One word: money. Rewind to World War I. During this time, seed oil was in hot demand because it was used to fuel ships and aircraft. They were also used as machine lubricants in factories and even as a paint coating for weaponry. But after the war, demand for seed oils plummeted. Coincidentally, that's when big companies and clever marketers came up with a big idea. Why not call seed oils a health food? After all, they're cheap and last forever on store shelves. And just like that, seed oils ended up in just about everything you eat. In fact, there are studies and experts to this day, often funded by these same big corporations, still pushing the agenda that seed oils are good for you. Oh, to make a quick point. But you don't have to be a health expert to know anything used to fuel trucks and grease machinery probably shouldn't be going into your body. And considering that we eat on average 80 grams of vegetable oils a day, which is roughly 720 calories, it's no wonder 2 in 5 people now live with obesity in America. But did you know what happens when you start eating junk? Allow yourself to relax.
So this is Sweden. Sit out for divine guidance. That's the beginning of each session. O Lord of the universe, the vast and the mighty ones, ruler of the light and the darkness, we adore thee and we invoke thee. Look thou with favor upon me, who now standeth before thee, and grant thine aid in the high aspirations of my soul, that I may be enabled
What if
to accomplish the great work. Sincerely, thine ineffable name. We have achieved perfect relaxation. Your mind is active. You are now able to concentrate your thoughts, your feelings, your will. Imagine now that towers above you another being who represents your higher self, your holy guardian angel. See this majestic towering figure standing above you, watching over you with his light and love, protecting you, guiding you. With each breath you take, you aspire and yearn to be one with your angel. With the exhalation, this great being descends into you. You and your guardian angel are becoming one. Inhale, yearn toward your divine angel. Exhale, he descends and occupies your being. Imagine this divine being with wings that are outstretched, vibrating rapidly with spiritual power.
Launched at the protesters, and again, it appears a protester fires back with that weapon.
That's another reason you can't talk about this.
We are $38 trillion in debt. So if you have to look at that as the United States tablet is going absolutely crazy. Right now, this high-end tablet is at an unprecedented price. If you order today, you're not just getting the tablet. You get the keyboard, mouse, and the case, all in one massive bundle. It's got a stunning high-res screen, runs Android, and packs a huge 128 gigabytes of storage. It's a beast for gaming or movies. This deal ends today. Don't miss out. Click the link below.
He stands above you, benign, gracious, beatific. Inhale, long for, yearn for, and aspire towards this great being who is yourself made perfect. Exhale. Imagine and feel this divine spiritual figure descending, occupying your body, your mind, your soul.
We are $38 trillion in debt. So if you have to look at that as the United States.
Inhale. And imagine that you are lifting up your arms towards the heaven, towards the sky.
$38 trillion in debt.
Aspiring towards this noble being who is yourself. Exhale. Feel the air going out of your body and your higher self, your angel, descending into you.
$38 trillion in debt. So
Inhale, aspire, exhale, you are one.
we are $38 trillion in debt. So if you have to look at that as the United States credit card, except we only make $5 trillion in income a year. That's what we all pay in taxes, $5 trillion. And the government spends $7 trillion.
In this country, we cherish and guard the right of free speech. No, we love it. We put up with people saying,
we are $38 trillion in debt. That is the United States. Except we only make $5 trillion in income a year. That's what we are.
Imagine and visualize him there, as he always is, ready to help you and guide you throughout life. As you inhale, yearn for your guardian angel. As you exhale, feel your angel coming down, occupying you, filling you as your breath goes out. Fuck should I really start? I got hoes that I'm keeping in the dark. I got my niggas cross the street having numbers.
Fuck this news chart.
It's that ass apart. I got big packs coming on way. I got big stacks coming to save. Got a little max with me, he the way. It's a the fuck should I really even start? I got hoes. We are see your age. You feel incredible, handsome, beautiful, yellow, brilliant, scintillating.
$30 in debt. So if you have to look at that as the United States credit card, except we only made we are 38 we are $38 trillion in debt. So if you look at that as the United States
Exhale. You are one. You are gradually merging with the gigantic figure of the angel. This is your higher self, your guardian angel, desiring to be with you, and you to become united with him.
for $6.99 each, you can mix and match this and that, or this, and that. This girl bought white powder to drug her own sister. First, she planned the birthday party and convinced her to come. Then, at the right moment, she slipped the powder into her sister's drink. Her sister drank it with a smile, never realizing what she had done. Slowly, the drugs started reacting in her body, making her feel dizzy. The next moment, when she regained her consciousness, she was naked and in an unfamiliar bed. Her head pounded as she recalled the glimpses from the party, a drink, and then a stranger. Her breath hitched as realization dawned on her. She had slept with a stranger. As she was about to get up, the door burst open, and soon her room was filled with guards. One of them stepped right in front of her, introducing himself as a lawyer. The girl was confused. Who was the man she had slept with? And why did he send a lawyer to her? Before she could question him, the lawyer shoved a contract to her face, asking her to sign it. It was a non-disclosure agreement, stating that the girl could not tell anyone who she had slept with. He had no choice but to sign the contract. We are 38.
Yearn for your guardian angel.
We are 30. We are $38 trillion in debt.
You
You have to look at that as the United
your holy guardian angel of life.
we are we are
$28 trillion in debt. So you have to look at that as you.
Is the goal of your life. This is the great work.
We are
Uniting with your holy guardian angel, your magnificent, beautiful, mighty, heavenly self.
we are
Meditate quietly.
let me hear it.
City that's exciting. It's a city that's fighting. It's a city for a woman just like me. Welcome to the heart of Chicago.
We are
Ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to ladies and gentlemen, welcome.
We are $38 trillion in
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the heart of Chicago. As dusk falls, the city glows with unparalleled. Okay, so let me explain my hair growth journey to you. So I have been on the struggle bus with my hair, with my edges, with my. Ladies and gentlemen.
Sing with me that wonderful correlation to an ancient adoration. I am he, the bold spirit,
Welcome to the heart of Chicago.
cutting sight in
As
the
dusk
sea
falls, the city
and the immortal fire. I am he, the truth. I am he who hates the evil to be wrought in the world. I am he that lighteneth and thundereth.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to
Is the shower of the life of earth. I am he whose mouth ever flameth. I am he, the begetter and manifester unto the light. I am he, the grace of the world. The heart girt for the serpent is my name.
Alhamdulillah. This one kid, he comes in, he tells people, I'm not gonna say, but he's like a little brother. One day he just came out and started sending me like pictures of stuff like he likes BDSM and stuff. I'm like, why are you? You're like 18. Why do you even have these things? He's like, oh, I just want to show that. I'm like, no, delete it. Don't ever send me this again. What the fuck's wrong with you, man? Why did you send it to me? Of all people? I don't know. It's like maybe I'm like a priest and he wants like a confession moment or something. I don't know. Like, why are kids even having access to this stuff? Yeah. Leather, whips, I don't know, batons. Do you know that there was actually literally a house in the chat a long time ago? The house was oh shit, okay. The house was about what is it? They were running a room every day. It was a therapy room for the BDSM victims. Isn't that crazy? And the people go in to share their BDSM experience. And some people, they get used to this BDSM whipping and, getting ripped and this and that. Like, and that's crazy. So, yeah, there's a lot of this that goes on. But anyways, anybody else wants to come up, you guys want to come on up. Looks like these
Innovative solutions with bunch of small
he's calling Iranian pirates. And looks like the blockade is still on. The U.S. Navy is enforcing a blockade regarding ports. The military action, U.S. Navy has been seizing Iranian ships and cargo near the Strait of Hormuz. You have the conflict as they have impacted regional stability, with ongoing concerns in Lebanon and Red Sea. And a 45-year-old protester was reported scaling a bridge in Washington. Isn't that crazy? That is some crazy thing. And in the public opinion, we have the survey. It says the report believe the force against Iran. Yeah. We had one yesterday, that guy, Cox, or whatever the idiot name was. I don't even talking people. It's a little strange that he lives there and he feels that way. It's so strange. Yes, sir. Anyways, so we have that right there, and what else do we have? Looks like in Iran, we have 14 soldiers were killed on Friday during operations to defuse unexploded ordnance in the northwestern Zanjan province. Local media reported. Supreme Leader Mustafa Khamenei urged his people to wage economic battle and disappointed its enemies as the war with the U.S. and Israel and years of sanctions take a toll. IRGC Navy said it would enforce new rules over water near its coasts, aiming to turn them into a source of security and prosperity for the region. You have the war diplomacy. The U.S. Department of State imposed new there's entities linked to Iranian petroleum exports, including China-based oil terminals using it for importing millions of barrels of sanctioned crude and enabling billions in revenue for Tehran. Beijing rejected the move as unlawful unilateral sanctions. The State Department said it cleared more than $8.6 billion in military sales to Israel, Qatar, Kuwait, and the United Arab Emirates. Anyways, what's your take on any of this? Any take? You have on one side, you got State Department making lots of money and selling, shit to Israel, Qatar, Kuwait, and the Arab Emirates. But on the other side, you have the Iranian side, the Lebanese side, as well as doing, as well as doing a whole bunch of attacks. But Israelis are killing freaking, Lebanese right and left, civilian, by the way. So that's the thing. And I remember about a couple of weeks ago, they killed about 300 people in one day and whatnot, which was very problematic. Now, the UN resolution that was placed in 2006, it's a 1701. Both parties have violated the UN resolution. Yeah, Hezbollah were past the Litani River, and they were pretty much occupying that part. And then you had the Israelis. In 1967, these SOBs, they took over that piece of land called Kibbuth Farms, which is under occupation. They kicked out a whole bunch of farmers. It's located on the border of Israel and Lebanon. And so when Hezbollah started attacking Lebanon, there were, Hezbollah was actually shooting rocket into Shiva farms, not into actual Israel. But then Israel went in and, started attacking and destroying people's houses. I remember watching this one video. This, when the 8th of October started, these mofos, there's a beautiful house. It's owned by a doctor, right? This video went viral on Twitter. I'll have to find. No, you don't even know about that research, bro. That research was done in UC Berkeley by one independent black researcher. He's a professor, and he didn't even get that.
Your government, right?
No. UC Berkeley was funding him in some other project with the actual pharma. Look, right, bro. Hold on. First of all, that research came from Alex Jones. Did you? Alex Jones, but it is incorrect. I want to go back to the annual expenses she was talking about. When you break that down, every year people are paying $5,000. This is what broke down. That breaks down the gasoline. Gasoline being about $1,800, food being about $240, and other housing, interest, and goods being about $3,480. That's $410 per month.
Yeah, these are true. Right. But here's the thing, right? You got to get into the millions of dollars being spent on rats, dolphins.
not gonna that's control.
No, I'm arguing. I'm arguing.
Hell nah. Your mind will be popular.
Say we're not the final decision makers when it comes to money.
We see why. You worried about fraud.
We are not. Meaning me or you. So just let it be. And they can tell
yourself.
And chill.
And hunker down.
Yeah, because buy a cheaper snack. Stop ending myself. You see, I got two bottles.
So why you guessing about this?
So like I put the liquor down.
Me personally, I really think you should focus in on AI and actually make yourself useful rather than complain
on AI. I handled that.
Did you?
Yeah.
So do you know about Maestro University?
No, I don't know about everything. I just know what I
listen. No. Okay. Well, you don't want to learn. No. It's a full free scholarship. They'll send you a laptop and everything.
I would do that too, because if
you didn't even hear about it.
Well, I just heard about it, so it doesn't matter. Now we know.
No, you don't know anything about it.
But all I have to do is Google it, my boy. That's it.
You let your AI do it.
You're not that special, my boy. You just gave me some thoughts, right? I'm trying to help you. It's done. It's not like it doesn't matter, my boy. But we're not talking about.
Honestly,
not the AI though.
We're not talking.
For the people who have common sense and the ability to deduce proper information, if you see the youth, please pour into them. Regardless if it's a young boy
I agree with you.
or a young girl, we need to literally pour into the youth.
I agree.
Because
they don't know no better.
The community is in. It's sad.
Exactly.
And if we allow certain people on the stage, I'm not going to call anybody out by name, but if you make an assumption, be right about who I'm talking about, they are leading the youth. We should have all perished.
Right. But nursing homes will be.
Yeah. If you see a child, just give them a hug.
Right.
Love them and tell them you love them and encourage them to go to school. Not use Google.
Right. Or AI.
Any other search engine, because then you are not able to deduce. You have to, in order to be taught, you have to have a teacher. Hallelujah. And
that's the great part.
See that word right there? See that word right there? Yeah, hallelujah.
So God's always good.
One cannot teach themselves.
I didn't
and one cannot teach themselves. You have to have a teacher. You have to have a teacher. You have to.
That's
in order for the learning to take place, hallelujah, you first have to be quiet so that you can listen. Because there are some things, there's some steps that need to be taken.
Right. Who disagrees with it?
I have an AI software engineer.
Hey, you not hearing Dr. Light?
No, you don't hear nobody. Just talking. All right, we gotta believe that.
Yeah, go ahead.
See, if you see, that's what I'm saying, TT. I'm about to agree with you. If you see a child, you should also probably put them in an organized sport. Do you see how these gentlemen? You see how these gentlemen? You see what I'm saying? You see how they lack discipline? They can't shut up for 10 seconds. They just going. The kids don't have no discipline. So give them a hug and a book, and sign them up for soccer.
Hey, soccer is good. Yeah, I played soccer half of my whole life.
Maybe you did football.
What I'm saying is, I
App,
I'm
this app with mental
issues, and the black community run rampant. I totally get it.
cannot go on mute for 2 seconds to let someone get out a full sentence.
Right.
I'm pretty sure that any woman that he's with, that he's done before she even opened her legs. This shit is insane.
She come first, I come last.
This shit is insane. It's not, sir. No. You don't have enough PP according to.
Your mama, but it's very noble of you to think that we have. Honestly, you almost forgot. You forgot people only have a certain amount of attention span. Like, y'all want to be long-winded, but like, how long does the average adult? 3 minutes top.
Wait,
Right, because I have ADHD.
dude, you need to go get 5 bands. Stop thinking.
I do have biting. It's not working. It's not working. It's the weekend. It's not working. No. You can't take it. No, sir. Cinema. There's like not. It's not. It's not.
The way you're
It is.
you need something to even it out.
Sir.
I had to drop you again for we talk about the line of fire for
Strategies. There's strategies. If you're not going to medicate on the weekend, then use a fucking strategy. There's several of them.
the lawyers at
A lack of discipline is. He hurt you with that one, Doctor. Absolutely disgusting.
these are the lawyers at tomorrow. But
Look, and it's still stinging.
I'm not talking about you, bitch ass.
I know he hurt you with that one.
No.
It stung, and we can clearly see it's.
What are you talking about?
Oh, you're not paying attention. You have ADHD.
Yes, I do.
That explains it. That explains it.
You do too, dumbass. Do you know how you are in the world? You have everything. You have ADHD, ADD. You probably got some other shit going on with your slow ass. Do you know what you have?
This how you were spoken to. This how you were spoken to.
Your hyperactive mind keeps going from here and killing back and forth, so you don't pay for your $10 vitamins because you got health insurance contractor. Just go buy the vitamins so you can stop using pillism as your ADHD drug, nigga. You using Nathan and Manfinity and First Lady as your pills. Go.
Tell me more of your thoughts. Is this how you were treated when they didn't understand how to deal with you? Uh-oh. Let's get into it, Dr. Library, since you know so much.
I thought
It's called learned behavior when you are her own by mission, neurodiverse. Maybe her parents or people around her didn't know how to treat her, so they spoke to her in this manner and they treated her in a particular manner. And now, guess what? Somebody else identified with, she's in the same what is the word? Patient, very demeaning manner. Learn behavior. The cycle continuing itself. What's going on? When do we grow up? When do we learn better? And that's to you, brother. Weren't you an educated man? Weren't you telling him how to have? You have this really caveman type of approach. Interesting. Getting dopamine hit now.
Lady.
It's just crazy, bro. No, Mr. Could be every. Oh my god. He just crashed. Okay. That's wild. Do we have a topic?
Ladies, lady, 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 ladies and gentlemen. Lady,
I guess this party just came to.
ladies,
I ain't cut up to the air.
ladies,
Are trying to in Washington aren't balancing the budget. They don't give a shit about you. Who doesn't give a shit about? Oh, Washington, your representatives and everybody that says they're representing you. You know, they're just on this fucking crazy spending spree. And as far as the cost of this, Trump's already said he wants to increase the military budget next year by $500 billion. We don't have it. We don't have. We have it. Really? Quite. So people. So when we have terrorists, right? No matter what you say about it, logically there's more money coming into the country. Logically, there's no way around it. No matter what people say, oh, it doesn't go here, it doesn't go there. Regardless of what people say or how they try to circle and discredit the terrorists, that were still being.
ladies,
They were. They're still active. I don't directly from them and not people trying to fabricate information to make you dislike Trump, right? But the thing is, right? We have the that's it's not even fair. The point is we have the money. We always have the money. And yeah, people are complaining about this $1 billion a day. That's nothing. According to what we spend yearly, that's really nothing. It doesn't even do anything. And we waste more money on other shit that doesn't matter. This is relevant. This war matters right now, right? And it's gonna get done. People are complaining. Oh my God, people are acting like they were paying $1 for chips, and now they're paying $5 for a bag of chips, bro. People are acting like their rent jumped $1,000. Some shit. We're being crazy. Right. So just your job is not paying you less, right? We can move on. You guys know what he's talking. I do, because you can't rebuttal anything I said. That's why you don't know. I know you can't. Let me take any point I said and rebuttal. Go ahead. You can talk. Did everybody's something? Did everybody's Netflix not know how to manage to get more expensive? Really? From what? When did that happen? But when? Last month. No. So imagine and what he referenced is bad feelings. Yeah, Netflix is $50 a month, bro. You don't need a 14 dismissed. Y'all be so just whether or not to engage. You mentioned Netflix and bags of chips. Yeah, money. Things you dismissed. Money on dismissed. People's rent. He dismissed. He didn't even talk about healthcare. He dismissed gas and transportation. How much has your health care included? He's like just how much has your health care? This is utilities. How much has your health care? Talking about these things. Talk about these things and he dismissed all of them out of hand. You don't even know your own. So things that we know about him. He either is not paying his own stuff, which is very possible. And though, that's fine. But he can't enter the conversation. We can't have a conversation with him that is going to be logically centered, that's going to be reasonable. Everything I'm saying is logic. That's reasonable, brother. Because it doesn't have any moorings to reality. He talks about how much has your conversation with someone that has no connection. How much has reality? To understand me. You just speaking a whole bunch of bullshit. How much has your expenses increased, brother? $1,000? Are you spending $1,000 more a month now? Because if you said yes, that would be a lie. So what are you talking? Everything is based off of logic.
The average was like $430 a month for the average family. That's how much more.
No, we're not spending.
Huh?
Even people are not spending $1,000 more a year because of this. Yeah, I did the math. It's not even $1,000 a year.
I don't think you can show the work, and if you can't show the work, you don't get credit. So we're just gonna go with Dr. Library Card said, okay.
Okay. Wait, did she show the work? What the fuck? I mean, well, she didn't show the work. She didn't show the work, but you believe her.
The man who was arguing earlier was up here talking to you. He's his source. It was right? ALEX.
I was not here for that.
He's talking to you. He literally said it. What's say?
So he says something and you believe it.
No, he said what source he got it from. I mean, you want us to believe you when you were wrong about the
But you believe him.
of the budget. But you were just wrong about the percentage of the budget that the war cost a day. But you want me to believe that you know the amount a family spends per month based off inflation.
Doctor, we spent $25 billion on this war so far. The U.S. spent $7.5 trillion a year. If you do the math, that's only 0.33% of the whole budget. My math is not wrong. Your thinking is wrong. Because so now we're at what, 66? 25 billion on stop. On cash, shut up. You shut up. Cash. Shut up. I'm talking. Cash. I don't care. It's another 25 billion. Cash. Let me finish. Cash. Let me talk, and then you can rebut it. Is it under cash? Let me finish talking, and then cash. Cash. Let me finish talking, and then we can rebut it. Let me finish talking, and then you can rebut. Cash. Cash. Stop talking. Let me finish talking, and then you can rebut it. No, there's no rebuttal. Let me finish talking. Kaz, is it up? How much budget was allocated for this year? This war is another 25 billion on top of it. On top of what was already allocated for the Department of Defense. Are you saying my math is wrong? Will you stop and just listen? Are you saying my math is wrong? If you're not saying my math is wrong, then I don't gotta listen to you. Tell me my math is wrong, then I'll listen to you. And then give us the proper math. Okay, then I thought so, because my math was right. Yeah, math is wrong. Yes, your math is wrong. So what's wrong about the math? Yes, your math is wrong. How much does the U.S. Yes, your math is wrong. So how much is it? Yes, your math is wrong. Yes, your math is wrong. So I won the conversation. Yes. Yeah. I know, yes, I did. Yeah, what's your math? This guy thinks this is flat earth wrong. Like, yo, shut the fuck up. At some point, the people who don't have mental illness and who aren't stupid have to have self-discipline. And not stupid people speak like you, bro. Right? I'm just giving you straight logic, bro. We could all look up how much the U.S. spends a year, and if 25 billion, do the math with that money, that amount, you get a certain percentage. What is it? Less than 1%. What is it exactly? 33%. 0.33, not even 33. Less than 1%. So you're complaining about what? He just trying to rebuttal what? You could call me a bitch, bro. I'm so passionate like that, bro. Go ahead. You know what I'm saying? So good job, Break. Good advice. You know what I'm saying? You should tell him to go learn how to do some math. But yeah, man, it's so crazy how people like Arthur just lost, man. Rebut. My fault. Nikki.
Yeah, unless I know what to rebut his math. That shit crazy.
And he couldn't rebut nothing.
The whole argument is fundamentally wrong, Cass. Where you're,
well, you're right here, Doctor. Because you could give me the proper math, right? I'm just going off the facts. If the U.S. spends about 7.5 trillion a year, and we have 25 billion on this war so far, what's the percent? What percentage of the total budget that we usually spend a year? So I'm standing to be correct.
You're asking the wrong question. You already brought up the problem that the government is spending too much. So we should be attacking everything, but this one's easy, right? I mean, you got to start. So you're just going to say because we're spending so much money, let's just spend more? That's your.
I didn't say that.
You said it's only $25 billion more.
No. I'm saying, right? The year just started, so this is the 25 billion included in that budget. You can't say it's more because the year is not done yet, right? When the year is done, we'll know exactly if we went over or we stayed within the normal ranges, right? Which is 6.5 to 7.5 trillion, right? So let's talk about it that way, right? Regardless, right? However you want to get it. 25 ridiculous. It still a fairly low amount compared to everything else. Now, what am I saying? Well, I said this war is justifiable, and we need this shit, right?
Okay.
So, not that we don't need like testing gay frogs and shit.
What about food stamps? Do you think we need food stamps?
Yeah. Do you think we need NASA?
Do you think we need food stamps?
No.
Wow. Okay.
What's like? It's Kevin gay? Gay or retarded?
Yeah, because
It's Kevin gay or retarded?
Years. He's been president not even 8 years, and he skipped a consecutive term. So what are you talking about, man? What were we? Before this? What were we doing?
I don't.
Is Kevin gay or retarded?
Wait,
hey, Kevin. Good Shabbos.
What's up? People.
Have a great week. We'll certainly. If you're there, take care.
Concrete will tell me if I'm thugging.
Have a great week. I will certainly see you again one day at Chabad if you're there. Take care.
We're complaining about this war, right? Just the whole budget, just on anything. Yeah. So people are complaining about this war that we spent, let's say, 25 billion so far on, right? Now that's point the U.S. usually spends, so it's very minuscule in
It's
Kevin gay or retarded?
Where is the 7 in my math concrete? I'm to the 7. This disagreement with the war, right? I think if you were to try to like just look at it
pure number, of course, it's a minuscule number. But what I think the problem is, and especially for me, is that we have other things we could have spent this on that would have been more beneficial to the community, right? So I don't know if they've made the argument.
I made that. I made that argument. I told them, well, they're saying they didn't consent to this. Well, I'm saying, well, you guys didn't consent to the right concrete. Yeah, but it's like, why? I didn't think about that. Why?
Well, obviously, this one is different in terms of the loss of life, right, and its effects on the global economy. Whereas, especially the frogs, it's going to be the loss of frog life, and not human life, and it doesn't have a global impact.
Concrete, you remember that faith bit?
Concrete was the allocation.
You remember one of the times,
Allocation for the research was it? Let me ask you a question. Was the funding for the research was the funding for the research set aside first? So
Hey, come on. So just wait.
So
no.
So Pat, let me ask concrete. Pat, you stop. Concrete.
Okay, let me talk to you.
No. You.
Hold on. Hold on, Cass.
Because it's what you said, concrete.
Okay, I got you. I'm asking. Look, silence. Please.
So the funding for those that research was that allocated initially in that 7.5 trillion or not?
I don't know.
And if it was,
I don't know.
huh?
Nobody knows.
If the funding was, then where did they get that number from? That 7.5 trillion. It wasn't originally allocated.
You're saying that the budget.
You see how it's
Hold on, guys. I'm trying to understand what you're saying. He's basically saying that we know the budget amount because all the line items were prior allocated for. Is that what you're saying, Arthur?
Okay.
All right.
Was it 25 billion that we accounted for in that 7.5?
Yes,
possibly. It's possible. Well, hold on. Let's if you have a definitive answer, Cass, then just post that. I think that's a.
No,
I think that's the best way.
Logic, you know.
Wait, no, hold on. Here, let's think of it like this, right? You're in a fight right now, and I think the best way to like structure your side, which is as much facts and information that you can provide, that they're able to evaluate. So that's why links are gonna like trump you having your opinion or just your word. So that's you're in a hostile environment. You should be proceeding with links over opinions or it's just the stuff that you remember. Anyway, so Arthur, let's just say that it was allocated for
for the research.
You can both ends on the research end and on the war end that it was allocated for or not allocated for. What difference does it make?
Wait, hold on. We planned. They had to apply for it, right? Research funding, right? They had to apply for the grant. Like there's funding set aside for the grant to do that research. Like that's good. That's. Would you disagree with?
We're speaking hypothetically now. We haven't gotten this definitive answer that it was allocated. If allocated, it's allocated. If it's not, it's not. Now, where are you going with? That point.
What is this?
No. So next.
Okay, let me talk now because this nigga don't know shit.
Go ahead.
Talking about like concrete. Like think about it this way, right? One. You ever heard of people putting money aside for a rainy day? Right?
Discretionary funds.
The Department of Justice. Right. Yes. The Department of Justice. They have funds specifically for war. Like, what does it? He really thinks the U.S. goes into each year. This is how stupid these people are. They go into each year and have no money allocated. How much is because the money comes from the Department of Defense. So let me see how much is allocated the larger department. So the Department of Defense and how much is allocated for it is not including war. So there's it's on what up, man? It's supplemental. You guys don't have to go back and forth. It's supplemental, and it exceeds. And it's going to be more because they have to restock munitions. That's how much they're spending. They haven't been restocked. It's going to be way more than what it is. It's going to be about double that. What it stopped right now. It's a lot of money. It's on top of the defense budget, obviously. They don't take it. There's not an ATM where they take the money out of the ATM. It wasn't in the budget for an Iran war when they had their appropriations last year. We weren't in war, remember? Yeah. So let's move on. It's getting a little bit back and forth. It's getting a little boring. Hold on, bro. I kind of let you do your thing. It's getting a little boring. The half troll, half mag is getting a little boring. Let's kind of move it around. You can talk, but like do a different troll. The thing on it's not a lot of money. It's kind of boring. I've been over that. He just asked me a question, but yes, that's really what it is. But it's cool. Y'all keep going, but let's see if we get a different troll. Man, finish you can do it. I don't want to make fun of nobody. Isn't that what you do? Don't you talk about people taking prep? No, I don't do that when they attack me. I only do that when I only hit back. What's wrong with prep? But I have a question. What's wrong with prep? Because you're living a sexually promiscuous lifestyle. I think that's wrong. But straight people do that more. I'm very careful. Do you think straight should take? I don't know about prep. I don't know what I can do it. Oh, you think there's a specific? You think that's a medication just for gay? Yeah, because One second. Oh, you don't think straight people have things? Not me. If you do that, I said straight people. You don't think I guess straight people who have sex should probably take prep too. Got you. And so you think that prep, which is something to stop HIV, has to do with anal sex. So if I share a needle, you don't think PrEP would stop it? I never looked into it. Every time I see a commercial for PrEP, I see gay men. So it gave off the impression it was for gay people. I never seen a PrEP commercial with heterosexual people. I got you. I'm just asking about the mechanism of the HIV. So you think they came up with a? Let me ask the question. Damn. How y'all do that? So you think they came up with a medication to stop via suppression viral load of the HIV, but it would only stop HIV contracted through anal sex? Or you just hadn't thought that far? Absolutely didn't think that far. The last time I took a sexual, hold on a second. Last time I ever took a sex health class, sex ed or whatever they called it, was in 6th grade. Okay, I got that. What does that have? Well, knowing how viruses work, but let me continue. So, straight women contract HIV through vaginal intercourse with infected men. Straight men can also. Do you think PrEP wouldn't work for them because they're not doing it through the asshole? Not even thinking that strong. All I know is I'm asking you now. What do you think? Ask the question again. I'm sorry. Do you think that a straight woman or a straight man, if one of them was infected, not even through it could be so Arthur Ashe had HIV/AIDS. It wasn't through probably. It was a tennis grade, correct? He was. He got it through, I think, blood transfusion. So you can get it in ways that are not promiscuous, just so you know. But do you think if they had PrEP, him and his wife, if he didn't know he was infected, he infected her, you don't think PrEP would stop it because they had vaginal sex? I'm sure PrEP would be a mitigating agent. Absolutely. Oh, okay, cool. Well, I was just making sure you didn't think. Well, that commercial misleading, but I guess their commercials was straight across the board. For PrEP? Okay. I've never seen it. I don't watch a lot of TV, but the only commercials I've ever seen for PrEP got walking around in commercials. So they gave off the wrong impression. Well, that's the ones you saw. I've seen some with straight people. I would love to see one with straight people. All right, how about this? I'll give you a PrEP commercial for a year if I can within 5 minutes. I'll do that for a year. I'm not going to read that.
I mean, out there. I'm just saying that's. So I'm not. The only reason I hit Hurricane with that is because he's very vicious with his words, and you know that to be true.
I understand that. People
You cannot take it. Try not to think.
But having HIV jokes, even if you disagree with a lifestyle, because like I said, Arthur Ashe did it from a lifestyle. I'm just trying to understand how disease, for someone of your professed moral and religious aims, is on is not off limits.
Because I'm a Christian, but I'm not Christ-like. When somebody attacks me unwarranted out of nowhere, I tend not to think in moral terms. I tend to think in ways.
So your Christianity is okay. So your Christianity is you can't control. You just can't control. So you don't have self. You don't have the discipline yet.
My spiritual journey is still in progress.
How do you work on it?
I work on it through what's called the silent prayer, and continuing to sacrifice, because discipline comes through all different kinds of sacrifices. And when you sacrifice, whether it's with food or sexual activity, or that tends to bring you closer to God. Attack spiritually. When someone attacks you, you swallow your pride and let it go. I'm just not always there, and he comes in with this. So it's some kind of work on it. It's
maybe the more revealing sent Hurricane for you to learn that discipline. There's this thing about tests and temptations that Christ talked about and the disciples. And so maybe that's just a test for you, and you consistently fail the test. What would happen if you just muted up?
I've already done that. If I assassinated my ego appropriately, this man would be able to say anything about me, and I could just say, "Father, forgive him, for he knows not what he does," and move on. But
I don't think it's ego. I think you just hate gay men.
I don't hate nobody.
Not hate, and I think you think that they're morally repugnant and they should be put down.
I don't believe that either. No, I don't believe that. I just think
I'm saying that's what I think. It might not be true. I'm just saying I think.
Yeah, I don't think I'm any better than a gay man. Because we're all struggling. We all struggle with sin. Or I know. How are you gonna tell me what I think?
Everybody thinks that they're better. That's just how people are. Everybody thinks they're better than somebody else or something. I think those men who take care of their children are better than those who don't take care of their. Now, if you can't take care of your children, for countries, I'm talking about that. But people who actively don't take care of their children, I think people who take care of their children, men and women, are better than men and women who don't take care of their children.
But here's the problem, right? So you might have somebody who doesn't take care of their children, which is disobedient to what God wants. But then you have another person who takes care of his children, but he's sexually promiscuous. They're both being disobedient to God's word, and I believe that's the same. I'm just saying it's the same spirit. The same spirit that's influencing the one to not be a father is the same spirit that's influencing the one to not be sexually obedient. So I don't
have conversations in real life. I wasn't talking about the spirit. I was talking about whether or not people rank people. These are the others. I gave an example. I ain't nothing to do with the spirit. Come on, man.
The reason why I don't think the father is not better than the other one, because it's the same spirit that's driving them. So I look at them the same. You look at the same. One is better than the other, but because it's the same spirit influencing them, they are the same.
Okay. So what was the second example? The father, and what was
one example is of one who's being sexually promiscuous.
So you think someone who's promiscuous is in the same spirit and category as a mass murderer?
From a spiritual sense, yes, but from a physical sense, no. So here on Earth, how we have to judge people.
Where do you get that from?
So because there's a physical plane that we live in, but there's a spiritual reality that we don't know.
Where do you get it from?
That's just my spiritual understanding. That's what's going to
but it's not from a verse or something Jesus said.
I'm sure it is. I just don't have the.
That's what I'm asking. That's what I'm asking.
Yeah, I just don't have the scripture to give you. But
so you think Jesus ranked all sin as the same?
Right. There's only one sin. And the only sin.
You think Jesus ranked one sin as all sins as the same?
Yeah, I know there's this thing about I think there's one thing about abomination and man laying with men, but I don't really know how to interpret that fully. I just put all sin in the same category because they all fall under disobedience.
Man, I wasn't talking about that. I'm just talking about the nature of sin. Okay, I'm just asking. It's not a quiz. I'm literally just trying to find out how you feel. Well, if you think that, I don't know. The prep joke, I never understood the prep joke, but okay.
No, it hits him where it hurts. That's why.
You think?
That's all.
Why do you think?
I should overcome that. I don't need to be doing.
Why do you think it hurts him?
Because I'm sure he's not secure in his sexuality. Because as a Nigerian man, we know how the Nigerians feel about that. So I'm sure his family puts a lot of pressure. I can't be sure. I can't be sure, but I believe that to be true. Just like you believe it to be true about the things you don't know for sure about me. That's what I believe about him. I believe
but it's based off evidence.
And the evidence is that the Nigerians are famously against that kind of behavior. So the odds are that it's been.
Which Nigerians?
Nigerians in general have a.
That's not true.
They're almost like the Jamaicans in terms of how they feel towards their lifestyle.
Do you think this man is like old? Hurricane
is not 60 years old. I don't think he's 60. If he's 60, I stand corrected. I thought he was somewhere in his 30s. He don't seem 60 to me. He don't seem 60 to me.
You're thinking a 60-year-old Nigerian gay man who goes to the opera is not 60.
I know he was 60. I thought he was a young Nigerian. I don't know him to be 60. He never told me his age. That's what's I heard.
You think he's 30? I was looking at my phone.
I did think he was in his 30s. I do. I think he's in his 30s.
Where's my gun? I have at my house.
What's the problem? What's the problem now?
Are you insane?
Why do you have to be 30?
I don't think that's the way I'll be honest. People always say that this app has people who wouldn't be who they are in real life or mental illness. I disagree. This app has 10% of us who actually have experienced the world, and the other 90% of us have never left the house. There is nothing about Hurricane that sounds like, that feels like, pause, any impression he's in his 30s. You think Hurricane was born in the 1990s?
40s. I didn't think 60.
Nah, man, I killed myself. To be honest with you, you listened to Cass talk just now for an hour. You made Cass sound like Play-Doh.
He didn't sound 60. He could have been.
I agree with you, Matt Fanny. Acts like that is 30.
I'm screaming, Monica, because I'm so non-fluent. If I don't let it out screaming-wise, I will have a heart attack. Hurricane hasn't seen 30 since Benjamin Franklin got diagnosed with the gout.
See, but the thing is, we just don't know. This is just our impression. We all experience people in our different ways, right? You experienced me in one way.
No. There's objective markers for somebody that you can tell. It's not a belief. Hurricanes talked about shit that he experienced in the 80s and 70s.
Maybe I wasn't part of those discussions, brother.
Oh my God. Honest. Let's be clear. Hurricane talked about the homicide trial. Like, you have to be honest. He is old enough.
And I might not have
found
it.
That's all. He was old.
Wasn't there for the homicide trial. You know why I think he was 30? Why? There was a time when he put his real picture. And when he put his real picture in his PTR, he didn't look nobody 60 years old.
He advised CK when they should start the revolt. That's how y'all didn't see his PTR. His PTR showed that he was about
Just black.
he look 60 though. Oh my God. Whatever, man. At the end of the day, I only said that because he comes punching, he comes kicking.
I agree now. The way Manfinity talking about Hurricane, maybe Manfinity needs to get the prep. I'm gonna be honest with you. You just said the mapping hospital. You might need to get thing of prep. You think that
that fire is like he don't look like
he looks young and fine in his photo.
Bro, I don't care if he's gay. I'm not gay. I just think I don't think he looks 60. If that's gay, then that's gay. I don't think he's 60. All right, let's run that picture. Thanks a lot.
Hurricane is a bad bitch. Somebody put that in the chat. Just got comment. Anyway, did you want to contribute to the conversation?
What was the point?
Wait. I just want you to know that the prep, I think you have to take it in a different form. It doesn't go to the places that you have to there.
Right, but the fact that I even said that further it's all about
He doesn't know how to take it. That's why. But he just assumed that it's a suppository. What else are you shoving up your ass?
Hey, man, I don't know what prep is. I just see it on these ESPN commercials, and I'm not sure why they put it on ESPN. Why do they have those commercials on ESPN?
Because they want the airtime. It's like capitalism works. Anyway, what's the good point that Kaz was making?
I was making an interesting point, but I tend to agree with the counterpoint. And the counterpoint was probably even more compelling, which is that Concrete is talking about how there's a cost to life and there's a cost to the world economy versus the other progressive pet projects like the Gay Frogs or whatever. It was an interesting point that we're saying where
Gay Frogs? What are you guys talking about?
Somebody told me something. Oh, I heard that. I didn't make that up.
Gay Frogs research.
They put some type of water and it's supposedly made.
It's the fluoride in the water that makes the frogs gay. I don't know. Oh no, that's Alex Jones, but I see it here. It is Alex Jones. This is a conspiracy theory. No. I understand the point you're making, but I mean, this is kind of strange. So when one administration does something, as citizens, we're allowed to disagree. It doesn't matter. I don't get it. So we shouldn't worry about the war because this innocent testimony, it's too small to care about. The money that we paid for the frog should be the thing that we worry about. And that's even.
So, for instance, a better example would have been the Ukraine situation. All that money that we were talking about into Ukraine, the Ukraine.
Also, 1 second. How so? Why is that a better example?
I was interrupted. That was perfect.
I was done.
You were not. You were right in the middle of saying what you were saying. I didn't even get to the end of it.
Yeah, it was because as I was talking about it, I had to remind myself this is the same person who said that he talked about food and he talked about like.
Let's think.
I just had to stop myself.
Okay, fine. You don't want to.
I had to remind myself that he's an idiot.
I think okay.
How's the Ukraine war a better example?
It's a better example than the Gay Frogs. The Gay Frogs don't have a life cost to it. It's a waste of money in my view, but it's not a life cost and it doesn't interrupt world economy. But when you look at the war in Iraq, people driving crazy. When you look at the war in the Ukraine and Russia war, we were supporting Ukraine to the point where that was having a life cost associated with it, and that
was, a war that it was a conflict that so many people on the left were gung ho about. It was the people on the right that seemed to have an issue with putting money into that type of war. But now, the way that Trump reworked it, we're giving money to NATO, and NATO is selling our weaponry.
We don't give money to NATO.
I'm sorry, we're giving our weapons to NATO, right? And then we're selling them to Ukraine. So it's like this is a better use and a better setup for people, for American companies to make money, rather than just throwing money at a problem, which is what.
I have no idea. Be honest with us. Do you have any idea how any of that works? Just be honest, yes or no.
Being explained in this very moment, I may be flubbing it, but you understand my general point. Now we're being recompensed for we're being recompensed for our weaponry today, whereas in the past
that's all the time. The money, the munitions that were sent to Ukraine were U.S. stockpiles that then were replenished by U.S. companies. That's all. Did not do anything different. That's the normal way in which things are done.
So weren't we giving cash to
very little cash? They get very little cash. What are they? Watch this. What is Ukraine going to do with cash? Go and buy some caskets? They're at war. What would cash do?
They were getting the pull at the top, like Zelensky and others. They were lining their pockets.
So you think that I got you. So you think the United States government sent cash, wires for Zelensky to line his pockets?
No, that wasn't the intent, but that's what Zelensky was doing.
Right. And you think it went directly to, and Zelensky could do it, and he's still in power. Nobody's killed him or anything. He just lined his pockets. Watch this. What evidence do you have of that, or that you read of that, or saw of that?
I do know that he was going around the world asking governments for money, and America was his.
I didn't ask for that. But yeah, Europe gave him a bunch of money too. What evidence do you have that we gave cash?
Report that I remember seeing.
No evidence. If you don't have any right now, just say that so we can keep
moving. I don't have any right now. I'm driving.
All right, cool. So let me
report that I remember reading.
What percentage of it was cash?
I have no idea. We could have given him any by the cash.
Why?
He doesn't. Why did you give him cash?
Well, the government needs cash to settle debts and stuff. I don't know if you know, but it's.
Why can't they settle their own debt? Why do they need hard cash?
And so this is not a learning. Why do you do this? You ask me a question, you don't know the issue, you start speaking. I'm 3 words in. I was about to talk about wheat. Do you know about Ukrainian wheat?
No.
So why'd you cut me off?
My apologies. Sorry. You gonna answer the question? Why do they need to settle their debt?
Want to talk. A new thing is when people cut me off, they just want to talk. You got it. I'm not gonna talk.
So ladies and gentlemen of the jury, why did Ukraine need our cash to settle their own debt? If they can't manage their own economy without our cash, they need to fail as a government, and whatever happens, happens. They should not be using our money, our taxpayer dollars, to settle their debts. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I think I rest my case.
God. So when they are owned by Russia, Russia's on the doorstep of Poland, and we're at World War III. How much do you think we should pay?
I think NATO needs to step in, not America. NATO.
We are in NATO.
We're a part of NATO. We are not NATO.
That's not how that works. NATO. Wait, you mean European countries? That's not what NATO is. NATO is you're grinding. Ukraine is not in NATO. So why would NATO step up? NATO doesn't have money. They don't have banks. Maybe US dollars. NATO's just a treaty. It's just a treaty. Here's how much money. Oh, wait a minute. Oh my God. You think that NATO is a separate entity, don't you?
Separate entity to what?
You think it's like freestanding, like there's a central bank of NATO and they have currency and all that?
No. I know that it's a treaty.
So then how can they send the money? Now, what could you mean like now, let me give you credit. Do you mean like the IMF or the World Bank?
What I'm saying is, America should not be funding their debts
Why?
because it's not our responsibility.
Why not?
Whatever debt that Ukraine incurred in the country is their responsibility. It's not our responsibility.
Why not? It's economic assistance.
Because
People all the time.
we've got our own economic concerns here in America and otherwise. We don't
And helping NATO help American concerns?
helping NATO? What do you mean?
I'm not NATO. Ukraine. Does it help American concerns anyway?
Yeah, because again, Russian aggression is a concern. But
You just answered your own question.
no, but what I'm saying is that it's one thing to help them from Russian aggression. It's another thing to handle their debts with cash. To me, that's behind what we need to be doing.
Why? How much cash was it?
I told you I don't know that.
So what if it was
What if it was 50 billion? I have no way of quantifying because I don't have a frame of reference. All I know is that we shouldn't be paying their debt.
okay.
That's not our
Why?
responsibility.
What I have a question for you. How do you know it's not our responsibility?
It only
What agreements have we signed with Ukraine? Be quiet.
if there are agreements that indicate that, I'd like to be made aware of them. Until
So
I
you're not familiar with the you're not familiar with the Belfast Memorandum after all
I'm
these
not.
years on Ukraine.
I'm not. Neither is 90% of this room.
Cool. And I'll just have to look it up. You know, the thing that's so strange about this conversation is people up in arms. Up in arms. World War III. Just absolutely up in arms. And people also believe on the right and the left, at least maybe not much anymore, that Russia was or is an American. If you told people 5 years ago that you could spend $40 billion, whatever the cash, let's say 25 billion. I don't think it goes that much, but it's 25 billion cash. Let's say 50 billion cash. Not one U.S. soldier has died. Round shows special forces, whatever, but you know that. Not one U.S. soldier has died. And the Russian military would be quite literally decimated. Everybody would have taken 50 billion in a budget in which you're spending $1 trillion to fight them hot. You spend 50 billion, and this stuff's for Ukraine. You know, God, that's the side. Everybody would have taken it. That would have been pennies on the hundreds of dollars. Now it's a political issue because, as you said, people on the left, people on the right. But if you literally said $50 billion cash, I don't know if you follow the war. The Russians have lost hundreds of thousands of soldiers. The munition stockpiles are crazy depleted. Not one American soldier died. Not one deployment. But for you, that's too much. Even though you hit an objective that you wanted to hit in a Cold War or post-Cold War era without any American soldiers. On top of that, if you ever had to fight them, you know how they move weapon systems. You understand their logistics. You understand their protocols. The kinds of things that you spend hundreds of millions of dollars on to model. They actually did it in real time. On top of that, Ukraine has developed the most sophisticated drone technology system on the dollar. But to you, it's not worth it because you want the money to stay in America. Cool. Where should the money go? Where do you prefer the money to go to? Give me some programs. To the debt. You can support better
the research and development and coming up with a healthcare system that is efficient and that keeps the costs down rather than putting one concern I have.
So instead of sending money to Ukraine, we should have paid a bunch of researchers to come up with the ideas for a healthcare system.
A healthcare system that would keep our costs low and
you think that costs $50 billion?
I have no idea how to quantify what is worth what. All I know is that we should not.
You said to study or to actually do the system?
Research, develop, and implement a plan that keeps the costs low for the American taxpayer for healthcare, but also keeps prescription costs low. What is it? Pre-existing pre-existing conditions, all of these things. We should come up with a
pre-existing condition.
So they, right now, remember prior to Obamacare, I believe it was Obamacare.
It's already law. We don't need anybody.
Pre-existing conditions were not a part of it prior to Obamacare. So now that we have
You don't need to spend money on pre-existing. What are you saying?
I want
That's about health insurance.
Right. I
That's
want
about health insurance. You all.
health insurance.
Why would you need to spend money for a law that already exists?
I want to improve upon it.
How can you improve on a law that says they can't be denied? There's nothing to improve. Either they can be denied or not denied.
No, what I'm saying is in the future iteration of healthcare insurance, I want to make sure the pre-existing conditions remains. I don't want
law. You don't have to pay for anything.
Well, what if they came up with another law to get it out? I don't want it to leave. That needs to stay.
What do you need to pay for? I'm trying to now.
Two people that's talking and they trying to moderate their own conversation.
Mine is the health of hawk. Abracadabra. And
6. I bear the rose and cross of life and light.
Abracadabra.
Giving the sign at each abracadabra.
Remaining in the sign. The invocation concludes.
Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the earth, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, or in the water, or running air, or rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God the vast one, I be thee.
Abracadabra. The adoration. Implode. Close by banishing.
I think this was omitted at W's order.
Mine is the head of the hawk. Abracadabra.
6. I bear the rose and cross of life and light. Abracadabra.
Giving the sign and each
Remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes.
say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that
Adoration impromptu, close by banishing.
I think this was omitted at W's order.
And my inside is keen as the heart. By my head I broke.
Hey, I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee.
To bow me shine the diamonds of radiance white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee.
Triangle, reverse the sign given of none. Save thee, O Lord.
Eyes, the garment of light. So flashing by and I wait.
By my road I invoke thee.
Silence the sound of but something for me.
Soul and mind and the vigor of the internet.
By my crown I
is the head of the man. And my insides as keen as the hawks by my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About thee shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By the brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reversed, the sign given of love, save it be of thee, O Lord, by the Lamb and I invoke thee. 3. Mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing array that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of Apophis and Typhon. By the sign I invoke thee. 4. It's the turban of white and gold, and by the blue figure of the air. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beads of pearl, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. 5. I bear the wand of double power in the voice of the master Abraham. By the word I invoke thee. Mine are the dark blue waves of music, the song that I made of old to invoke thee. Strike, strike, master chord, draw the flaming sword, crown, child, conquering Lord, horse. By the song I invoke thee. 6. In my hands thy sword of revenge, let it strike at thy bidding. By the sword I invoke. Voice of the 5. Voice of the 5. Voice of the 6. 11 are the voices, Abraham. Strike, strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, crown, child and conquering Lord, Horus, avenger. Thy name of Ra, I invoke thee. Hawk of the sun, glorious. By thy name, Amax, youth of the brilliant morning, I invoke thee. I invoke thee. Light day sun. By thy name, tongue, hawk of thee, the crimson splendor of the sunset. I invoke thee. By thy name of power, invoke thee. O beacon of the hill, mastery of midnight. By thy heard, fraud, Lord of silence, beautiful child that stands in the storm, dragons of the deep, I am free.
this night chariot through the heavens of steel. Oh, child of the flaming star. The names are fire, the names are sweet, clever darling. I stand amidst minds the symbol of silence. To thee are mine eyes ever turned up to the splendor of Kitover. Magnificence of Chisent, mystery of Dav, thither I lift up mine eyes. This have I sought, and I have sought the unity. Hear thou me. Strike, strike the master chord. Draw, draw the flaming sword. Crown child of conquering Lord. Horus, Avenger. By the name of Ryan, folk thee, hawk of the sun, glorious one. By the name of Marquis, truth of the brilliant morning, I invoke thee. By thy name I invoke thee, Lion of the midday sun. By thy name, tongue, hawk of even, crimson splendor of the sunset, I invoke thee. By thy name of Kepra, oh beetle of the hidden mastery of midnight. By thy heroin crack, glory sights, beautiful child that standest on the dragons of the deep, I invoke thee. By thy name Apollo, iron God, oh manly strength and splendor, oh Father, guide of fears, that drivest thy chariot through the heavens of seas, I invoke thee. By thy name of Odin, I invoke thee, O warrior of secret name. Are fine. Names are secrets. You live on me. Behold, I stand in the midst mine. Is the symbol of Osiris. To thee, are mine eyes ever turned unto the splendor of Kitover? Mystery of this is my son, and I have sought the empty. Hear thou me. Secret name, Lord. Secret name. The names are secrets. Strike the master chord. Draw the flaming sword. Shine, conquering Lord. Horus, Avenger. By thy name of Ra, I invoke thee, hawk of the sun, the glorious law. By thy name, the splendor of the sunset. By thy name of Kelpa, I invoke thee. So, by thy curve, brought of silence, beautiful child that span the storm, the dragons of the deep. I invoke thee. I know thy secret name.
I stand in the midst, mine is the symbol of Osiris. To thee are mine eyes ever turned unto the splendor of Kitover. Of chest, reign of death in their own lift up. This salt, and I have sworn. Strike the masterward force.
Draw the flaming sword.
Crown the child and conquering Lord. Invoke the hawk of the sun, glorious one.
By thy name, O Lord, see the brilliant morning on the end of one.
I invoke the midday sun.
By thy name, tongue, hark of the even, crimson splendor of the sunset, I invoke thee.
By thy name, I invoke beautiful child.
Yes, drive thy chariot. strike the master code. Draw the flaming sword. Crown child and conquering Lord over us. Avenger. Thou the head of the whole. The iron folk. Thou only begotten child of Osiris thy father, and Isis thy mother, he that was slain. She that bore thee in her womb, flying from the terror of the water. Whose apron is of flashing white, whiter than the forehead of the morning. The iron form. Thou whose garment is of the golden glory, with the azure bars of star. Tokens of death were as dust. Thou wouldst raise thy head, and the crocodiles miles of face before thee. Whose many sided the universe with night, the impermeable. The iron form. Thou wearest the wand. Whose presence is the darkness of blue light. The unfathomable glory of the outmost ether. The unfathomable, the unknown space. Thou who concentrest all the 30 years in one darkling sphere of fire. avenge the horror of death, thou the slayer of Typhon. Who did slit thine arms, and the dragons of death were as dust? Who didst raise thine head, and the crocodile was a face before thee? Menaced the universe with night, the impermeable blue. Traveleth in the fold of Ra, abide in the hell of the undead, mountain of breeze. There is the one of double power.
The fuck? Give a little fuck?
Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrow $1.3 billion to give the 29 profits the teacher. Via propaganda. Organization. It's a scam. Open up. Johnson is the stop saying that. Reparations for black slaves. It's a blackjack socialist or technologist. All taxation is theft affordability. It's a scam. Abortion greyhound buses are murder for profit. Open up. not safe. That's out. Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. 4 billion years to play on. Fuck the city. Some propaganda. Organization of affordability is a scam. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax, socialist, socialist. All taxation is affordable. It's a scam. Shade gray.
Chicago, Brandon Johnson picks the ball. Chicago, Brandon Johnson. Chicago. Brandon Johnson is a Chicago, Brandon Johnson is a criminal. $1.3 billion to get your crony nonprofits. The CGU is a mafia propaganda organization. Affordability of the scam. Brandon Johnson is the tag. Books transparency. No. Tracker. No. Tax. Socialist.
Mine is the head of the hawk. Abrahadabra. And ends.
6. I bear the rose and cross of life and light.
Abrahadabra.
Giving the sign at each Abrahadabra.
Remaining in the sign. The invocation concludes.
Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, or in the water, or whirling air, or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God the vast one, might be thee.
Abrahadabra. The adoration. Impromptu. Closed by banishing.
I think this was omitted at W's order. Mine is the head of the hawk, Abrahadabra. 6. I bear the rose and cross of life and light.
Giving the sign at each.
Remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes.
So I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament or of the ether, or of the earth, or the earth, on dry land, water, on the air, rushing from the earth, every spell and scourge of God,
The adoration, impromptu, close by banishing.
I think this was omitted at W's order.
Mine is the head of the man, and my inside is keen as the heart. By my head I invoke thee.
I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee.
To bow me shine the diamonds of radiance white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee.
triangle. Reverse the sign given of none. Save it will be, oh Lord.
The garment of white, sun with gold, flashing by.
My road, I will be.
Shines the sun, prophets of time, by the sun involved.
White and gold, and mine the color of painted.
By my prophet eyes, life is beats of life, so by my fingers,
I the wand of double power in the voice of the master, Abraham, by the word I invoke thee.
mine are the dark waves of music, in song that my name of
In my hand is thy sword of revenge. Let it strike at bleeding. By the sword I invoke thee.
fall.
Mine is the head of the man, and my inside is keen as the hawks. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain. Feast by my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reversed, the sign given of none, save it be of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. 3. Mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing bay that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of Apophis and Typhon. By the sign I invoke thee. 4. It's the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue figure of by my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beads of pearl, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. 5. I bear the wand of noble power in the voice of the master Abraham. By the word I invoke thee. Mine are the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made of old to invoke thee. Strike, strike, master chord, draw, draw the flaming sword round, child and conquering Lord, horse. By the song I invoke thee. 6. In my hand is thy sword of revenge, let it strike at thy bidding. By the sword I invoke. Voice of the fight, voice of the fight, voice of the 6. 11 of the voices, Abraham. Strike, strike the master chord, draw, draw the flaming sword, crown, child and conquering Lord, Horus, avenger. Thy name of Ra, I invoke thee. Hawk of the sun, glorious one. By thy name, Hamas, youth of the brilliant morning, I invoke thee. I name thee. Light day sun. By thy name, son, hawk of the even crimson splendor of the sunset, I invoke thee. By thy name of Calvary, oh, be the love, the healing, mastery of this. By thy heard, Lord of silence, beautiful child that stands on the dragons of the deep, I am all thee.
that drives thy chariot through the heavens. So by thy name, Yeshua, O child of the flaming star. The names are fire. The names are sweet. And let us know the name. Behold, I stand amidst lions, the symbol of silence. Now mine eyes enter not the splendor of Kitover, magnificence of Chisit, the mystery of God. Thither I lift up mine eyes. This have I sought, and I have sought the unity. Hear thou me.
That's right. Okay, that's right.
Strike, strike the master chord. Draw the flaming sword. Crown, child and conquering Lord. Horus, Avenger. I invoke thee, hawk of the sun, glorious one. By thy name, Harmarches, youth of the brilliant.
Ladies, ladies.
بله. خیلی آهنگی احساسی و لذت بخش بود. خدا وکیل میگم صبحام عشق من راه انداخت ولی کم واقعا آهنگی زیبایی بود. واقعا ازش بود. فرمودید خودتون آوازشو خوندی؟ یعنی که
نه نوشته من هست و کار آوازش هم و موزیکش هم با ای آی هست. البته مثلا
از میتونم بپرسم از چه یعنی
از سونو استفاده کردم.
آره. فوق‌العاده بود. من که خیلی لذت بردم. من یکی از دوستام یه آلبوم 16 ترکه با همین سونو یه بخشی از صدای خودش هم در واقع گذاشته و توی در واقع اسپاتیفای و اپل میوزیک اساسا این آلبوم رو ریلیز کرده. مثلا نسخه استدیوش خیلی کارهای عجیب غریب دیگه هم میشه باهاش کرد. این دنیای عجیب غریبیه این سونو و من واقعا برمیگرده به کسی که در واقع داره پرامپت رو مینویسه و اون نوع لیریکی که داره خیلی در واقع مهمه و بعد میتونی در واقع من برام جالب بود فارسی رو تلفظ می‌کرد. من هرچی دیده بودم فارسی بعد تلفظ می‌کردن. این ترینش داده بود. پرامپت درست و خیلی خوب ترین داده بودش. فکر میکنم حالا خودشون هستن
کردم بلوش شاید 60 تا ورژن من روی این آهنگ شاید 30 تا ورژن ولی آهنگ شده تا 60 تا 70 تا ورژن گرفتم تا مثلا
آفرین او میذاری و نمیدونم مثلا
مثلا شاید فارسیشو نتونه درست مثلا برام تلفظ کنه اصلا انگلیسی فینگلیش می‌نویسم یه جوری باید درستش کنه تا اونجایی که میشه. آره اینجوری
ولی موزیک هم مارتین موزیک هم بهش گوش میداد به سفاست خارج سفاست اگه حوصله‌شو داری وقتشو داری من البته دوست ندارم به کسی سفارش بدم ولی یه موزیکی خودت صلاح دونستی یه موزیکی که در واقع اینجوری باشه که میزنیم میتره کنیمتون دهن سرویس وارد نمی‌کنه. یه موزیک هم داره در مورد خود پادشاه که الان لیریکشو گفت نوشته و در واقع داره فاینال میکنه با تیمش. اونم خیلی صبح برامون خوندش. متنش خیلی قوی بودش. خیلی کارهای فوق‌العاده‌ای داره انجام میده. توی این انقلاب واقعا کمبود این نوع از موزیک ها هستش. یعنی الان موزیکی که میزنیم دهنتون سرویس میکنیم کم داریم.
آره اون موزیک نوع موزیک من دوست دارم اون کارا رو توی رپ بشنویم یا موزیک های آفرین نایکیست رو داریم نایکیست هم موزیک های فوق العاده خبر فوری هم الان پرزیدنت ترامپ میخواستم پخشش کنم من به زودی طرحی را که ایران همین حالا برای ما ارسال کرده بررسی خواهم کرد اما تصور نمی کنم که قابل قبول باشه زیرا آنها هنوز بهای کافی برای کارهایی که طی 47 سال گذشته علیه بشریت و جهان انجام دادند نپرداختند. از توجه شما به این موضوع متشکرم. بذارم بذارم I'll let you know about it later. But, I wouldn't have to. I didn't say that. I said that if we left right now, it would take them 20 years to rebuild. But we're not leaving right now. We're going to do it so nobody has to go back in 2 years or 5 years. They told me about the concept of the deal. They're going to give me the exact wording. حالا مصاحبه‌های دیگه هم هستش. میتونم اونای دیگر هم پخش کنم ویدیوهاشو اگر میخواین بشنوی. فکر کنم میخواین بشنوی. 5% of the missiles making capabilities has been eliminated.
And yeah, I would like to can't tell that to a report. I don't want to say that. I mean, I can't tell that to a reporter. If they misbehave, if they do something bad, but right now, we'll see. But it's a possibility that could happen. So,
بله این هم مصاحبه‌هایی که امروز پرزیدنت ترامپ انجام خدمتتون هستیم. هستیم در خدمت. خانوادش مثلا
ممنونم دایی جان. من یه سوال داشتم کجا میتونیم سیدبرت جان کارا رو بشنویم گوش بدیم؟ جایی هست مثلا اسپاتیفای یا
درود بهت وارش جان. موزیکا رو من هنوز پابلیش نکردم رو همون پلتفرم AI هست فعلا فقط و لینکش هم روی پیج اینستاگرامه در واقع. من میتونم حالا لینک برات بفرستم اگه خواستی، ولی هنوز پابلیش نشده که بذارمش روی پلتفرمی. توی برنامه هست، من یکم تنبل هستم براش.
ولی سینا جان این جریانی که مارتین عزیز گفت که میام بزن نسل همزاده یه همچین چیزی هم اگه زحمت چه بکشید تو خوش خانم و داری خوابم بشین به چرخ خرید میکنیم کنار و همانت بیم و هم بزنید توش که فقط مراد امروز تا یک همچین شد داشته باشیم یه دونه داشت مارتین عزیز در رابطه با همین سه فاصله فوش میداد به سه فاصله اینا. یه دونه دیگه هم بود در رابطه بود به دعاس تکش امام اینا داشت فوش میداد و این کنم توپلادون خالی بود. هم دیگه نشستیم چهار تا موزیک گوش دادیم. از دید سید جان بسیار خوش آمدیم. فرداد شم بیایم پیش ما بیایم برامون موزیک بزنیم ازت شد از دید من رشت کنم بدونم بسیمون
بابت از شما بابت دعوت دیوید جان در خدمتتون هستم. هر موقع هر تایمی من میومدم، هر از گاهی میومدم اون پایین یا تو آدر مینشستم لذت میبردم از واقعا و هستم در خدمتتون فعلا. هستم. سپاس از شما، لذت بردیم. من یه خبرم بگم و بعد علی جانو بشنویم. پرزیدنت ترامپ گفتن رقم نهایی خروج نیروهای امریکایی از آلمان بسیار فراتر از 5,000 نفر خواهد بود. با سپاس. علی جان درود بر شما، بفرمایید.
نه اومده بودم من اون پرزیدنت ترامپ زد اومدم بالا سری خبر فوری بدم که گفتین و عاشق این داشتم که تو مصاحبه ها میگه که ازش میپرسن میگه من به خبرنگاران نمیگم. خیلی باحال.
یه رو بس بالا نیسته چرا کمیه نو گفت ببین کار دارم ببین
من همون موقع دکتر اومدم بالا دیگه بچه داشتن حرف میزدن نپریدم وسط حرفش.
من فکر میکنم که یه چند نفر هم داریم انگلیسی زبان هستن در اسپیس به خاطر در واقع تایتل اسپیس. حالا نمیدونم که ادامه میخوایم بدیم اونو یا نه. چند تا از دوستانم در واقع توی کامنت نظرشون نوشته بودن. بانو فرناز نوشته بود که بحثالیه تقریبا هر هفته با یه نفر درگیرم مخصوصا سر کارم. من میگم اینا به مردم خودشون رحم نکردن، به برادر خودشون رحم نکردن. فکر میکنید با تجهیزات زیرزمینی که ساختن و سلاح هسته‌ای میخوان مهمونی بگیرن، به تک تکتون رحم نمیکنن. برای آینده روشن بچه‌هاتون اینا باید دستایه زمین و جهان محو بشوند. صلح و روشنی و امنیت بعد اینا بر جهان برخواهد گشت. تو این راه صرف
چی نوشته بود؟
بانو فرناز درخواست مایک.
بانو فرناز اینم اضافه بکنیم که اینا به بچه ها خودشون هم رحم نکردن. اینا بعد از این دلو بچه ها خودشون هم کشتن بیشرف.
دقیقا بانو راهله هم گفتن که در مورد این بحث که وقتی چپا میگویند جنگ خوب نیست، به نظر من جوابش این هست: وقتی که 45,000 انسان بیگناه را جمهوری فاشیستی تروریستی اسلامی کشت در سکوت و فقط در طول 2 روز. حالا من از این دوستان دعوت کردم که بالا هم در واقع تشریف بیارن نظرشون رو بگم، ولی فکر کنم درگیر بودن. بانو پری درود بر شما.
درود بر شما. من یه کار داشتم نبودم نشدم. این خبرهایی شد ترامپ داشت باور میکرد
بعد صحبت کرد تمام شد رفت.
سلام رسول.
درود به شما دکتر. خوبی؟
سلام رسول.
دلم برای تنگ شده. دلم برای صداش تنگ شده. بیشتر که مهم میتونه که من واقعا بوده برد شده بودم. اون بانی اومدیم رو که میرن برادر پسرم میرن توی یه حرفم دیدیم برو خودتی از این ندیم لایف ببینن
چیزی خنده دارد میخنده چیزی خنده نباشه نمیخنده باشه ریالیست
میتونم میگه پدو هستیم احتمالا
نه با من اصلا برای اومده بودا باید یه لغونه پنیر اینجوری پتو کجا
یه خبری هم الان اسرائیل وار روم گذاشته با این پیروز برم فرستاد. کابینه در واقع امنیتی اسرائیل قرار فردا ساعت 8 شب جلسه تشکیل بده. اینم در واقع یه خبر دیگه بود. Chiusa Giovanni sta in section, domani vediamo in scorsa chiave la distanza così in non sbagli, che sto cercando da fuori now, solo da fare per un giorno per la linea o da oltre che la roba. Nobody. Look to the right. Nobody. Yes, I'm still here. Oh, and smoking the fucking world. Everybody. You know what I'm saying? Fuck is you? Somebody tell yourself. Believe in yourself, world. I remember for that was asked. صحبت میکردیم اون بود که برای چپ ها و این آدم هایی که بار هستن میگن آقا به تکسی که میریم نمیخوایم هزینه جنگ بشه و به ما چه اساسا برای چی ما باید وارد جنگ بشیم. خدا شروع کرده اساسا آمریکا مثل هیتلر میمونه از این حرفا اینجوری میزنن. در مواجهه با این افراد ما باید چه واکنش و ریاکشنی نسبت به ایشون داشته باشیم. بله اون یه نیم ساعت پیش داشتم گوش میکردم فکر کردم بحث عوض شده والا نمیدونم. من اون موقعی هم که اینجا بایدن و اینا سر کار بودن یه سربار پول میلیون ها حتی بیلیون ها دلار خرج نمیدونم استادی جندر استادیز تو گواتمالا و نمیدونم برجای علکی میکردن توی کشورهایی که اصلا به ما ربطی نداره تو امریکا. میکردن که اصلا و ابدا نه به آمریکا کمک کرد نه اصلا منطقی بود. حالا دوروبر من چپی اصلا نیست، با اینکه من تو الی زندگی میکنم مثلا معاشرتی ندارم، همه دوستانم تقریبا همه دیده هستن، هم که نیستن باهاشون زیاد حرف میکنم، ولی من همین میگم موقع برجای علکی میکردم مثلا این خرجی که البته جنگ نیست، باید اینو بهشون حالی کنیم که جنگی وجود نداره، این یه ریسک میشنه در حقیقت. حالا
We are $30 trillion in debt. So if you look that is the United States.
کشوری که قدرتشو داره و اگر از نظر انسانیتی در جایی هست که بیان استاد اون که جمهوری اسلامی جفتا به اینجا رسیده، همینه که هیچ عمل تأثیر گذاره نکرده در مقابلشون. و من یه چیزی که خیلی تأکید میکنم، اگه با یه نفر که زیاد اطلاع نداره صحبت میکنم، میگم شما با یه حکومت، یک گاورمنت طرف نیستین، اسمشون گاورمنته و به مردم حکومت میکنن. اینا یه مافیای بزرگن، مافیای تروریستی که نظیرش تو دنیا نبوده و امیدوارم نه دیگه نباشه. یه مافیای تروریستی افراطی دینی هستن با چند تا مافیاهای کوچیک دیگه که همشون یه مافیای بزرگ رو تشکیل دادن و این مافیا بعد از بین بره. سپاس شما، ممنون. خبری هم که الان در واقع خوندم اینه که ناو ابراهام لینکلن الان 250 مایلز فرام ایران، یعنی در واقع در موقعیت حمله حتی شاید نزدیکتر. خب کسی دیگه ای از دوستان اگر بالا هستن یا پایین نظری در این رابطه و تاپیک دارن در خدمتتون هستیم، بشنویم نظرتون. دستی رو فعلا بالا.
موین جان، من سوال رو درست گرفتم که شما سوال پرسید در مواجهه با کسایی که دارن طرفداری میکنن از موج ضد جنگ ما چی بهشون بگیم؟ یه همچین چیزی گفتین.
درسته، افرادی که چپیه، در واقع افرادی که میگن که اساسا این جنگ چیزیه که خودت رو
ایرانی ها نه خارجی ها نشون اشتباه نمیکنم. چپی ایرانی ضد جنگ تغییرش مشخص، خارجی ضد جنگ بیشتر.
واقعا سوال اول باید بپرسیم که دلیل مخالفت با ترامپ هست یا نه. اگر مخالفت با ترامپ باشه به نظر مثلا بحث بیهوده است باشون، چون اینا فقط
اتفاقا من مخالفت با ترامپ هم زیاد برخورد کردم اتفاقا. اونها این نتیجه تونستن برسونن تو این مورد ترامپ داره کار درست میکنه. من به بقیه مواردش کاری ندارم، همیشه میگم آقا من تمام موارد کاری که ترامپ بهش کاری ندارم، این موردش رو راجعش بحث میکنم. اونجوری باش میتونیم بحث.
آره این راه درستیه و واقعا هم باید بگیم که شما باید وضعیت خاورمیانه رو ببینی و کالت هایی که اونجا هستن یه کمی از مدیای چپ اینا دور بشن، هرچی تو مدیا بهشون یاد میدن و اینا میان دوباره بدقور میکنن بیرون. زیاد بحث نکردم بالا، فقط سوال شد بپرسم. ممنون مارتین جان، یه چیزی یاد گرفتم از یکی رو دیدیم انتقاش بتونیم ما هم به راه راست هدایت شد. خواستم یه درود بهتون بگم ولی قبلش اگر دوست داشته باشید موزیک که یک لعنتی هم به سپاس داخلش هست، من براتون پلی کنم قبل از رفتنم، یا میتونم برم و بعدا هر موقع برگشتم برمیگردم بهتون دوستان. سپاس از سپاس. اگر که هستین یه دقیقه بانو پرسیس هم بشنویم راجع به این موضوع میخوان صحبت بکنن. اگر که سپاس از بانو پرسیس، درود بر شما، بفهم.
درود به همگیتون، وقتتون بخیر باشه. در مورد اروپا یه تجربه که من دارم، اصولا بهشون یادآوری میکنم که جنگ جهانی کی اومد کمک شما که به هر حال تونستین آزادیتون رو به دست بیارین و از در واقع هیتلر نجات پیدا کنین، و خیلی هاشون وقتی این جواب بهشون میدی کاملا سکوت میکنن دیگه، هیچ حرفی نمیزنن. و در مورد متاسفانه توی اروپا حالا برخورداری که من داشتم همشون ضد ترامپ هستن. من شخصا این مثال میزنم، میگم شما فرض کن یک پلیسی وجود داره که به هر دلیلی شما ازش خوشت نمیاد، حالا دلایلش هر چی میتونه باشه با هر خودت منطق گرفتی که اون پلیس میاد و شما رو از اون خطر نجات میده. آیا به خاطر این اون دلیلی که خوشت نمی اومد از اون پلیس ترجیح میدی که اون پلیس کمکت بکنه یا نکنه؟ و خب یعنی جوابایی که من گرفتم اینه که خب حفظ جان من مهمتر از اینه که من حالا از اون آدم خوشم نمیاد. منم بهشون میگم که من کاری ندارم که ترامپ رو چه احساسی نسبت بهش دارم یا ندارم، فعلا ایشون ناجی کشور منه و حتی ناجی شما هاست، چون ما با یک قول بیشاخ و دومی و یک وحشی، یک چیزی که واقعا هیچ صفتی نمیتونه از بدی توصیفش کنه و تمام اونچه که شما در وصف بدی های دیکتاتورهای دنیا و هر اتفاق بدی که افتاده تو دنیا شنیدین رو ما با جمهوری اسلامی، با این رژیم جنایتکار تجربهش کردیم، با گوشت و پوست و خون و استخونمون تجربهش کردیم. آقای ترامپ الان ناجی ماست و حتی ناجی شما هاست، چون این رژیمی که به من رحم نمیکنه، چنانچه بمب اتم داشته باشه قطعا به شما هم رحم نمیکنه و دنبال زورگیریه، دنبال اون ایدئولوژی کثیف بشه. من حتی اگه فرصت داشته باشم یا اون آدم ها به من فرصت بدن، در واقع ایدئولوژی شیعه که اومدن مهدیه و معتقدن که مهدی باید دنیا رو ظلم فرا
That is when I say I take it with a grain of salt. That is giving you the benefit of it.
It's big. I've got to like have it around the property, like to inspect for like do a fire inspection, and then inspection for rats. I've cleared out the property, cleared out the attic, but to them, like, you want to follow what you are rationalizing? Are you justifying that? Like, if people can follow their rationale? Yeah, Chris, I don't care what you gotta say. If it don't, I'd rather just go with my own senses.
The Arabs who
That's general. That's general statement. Mention theater.
Well, I agree. See, like you're talking about colonization, people fight for land, things like that. But these are different. These are a bunch of thieves that came there, try to make people feel sorry for them. And people opened their home and they stole people's house. These are thieves. These are not like warriors or people.
I think they can talk about it.
All those types of things are not gonna really take you that far away from the story. Hold on. this whole nature issue. I understand it might. God can develop Christ and give him his authority and work through him and not have, and him. I mean, the people were surprised, like, if I'm quoting it or paraphrasing, they, they were amazed by how. Take it back now, y'all. One hop this time. One hop this time. Right foot, 2 stumps. Left foot, 2 stumps. Slide.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the United States of America, a land of opportunity.
What do you call a lesbian dinosaur?
Are you Zero, one of Zero's disciples?
I like Zero. I want to say I was his disciple, but I definitely like the way he thinks. I'm
Explain it, just to point out that the mere existence of time zone is impossible.
Part B is, what exactly is the shape of the zone on a flat Earth? what is the geometric shape of the time zone? That would be interesting too. What would that look like? I'm assuming it looks ruler shaped. I'm just not sure. Just rectangle. Maybe a golden rectangle. I'm not sure. That'd be a fun one.
It depends on the shape of your flat Earth.
It certainly does. And there we get into the $1 million question. What's up, Davey? Pleasant to have you. Hero! What up? It's like a rare sighting of you. Wait, what? It's like a rare sighting of you, seeing you in full glory here on the PTR.
What's up, Pedro?
Oh, an actual photo of myself. Yeah, I didn't do it.
Yeah.
Just like a photo though. Be careful with those time zone chicks because they're kind of gerrymandered.
Gerryman is a great word. The worst word.
They're really hard. They're all over the place.
Yeah, but at least you can name those on a server for us. You can name them. You of all people, you could draw.
Shit, I mean, I could draw the actual. I could draw lines of long. That's
right. You can cut them out. You do a 3D printing. You'd be like, here's a cutout.
No, I was thinking of making a globe. Like, literally making a globe and like printing out the little pieces of the globe and gluing them on, and then you can make whatever funny country names you want. I thought that'd be fun to do. DIY project.
Yeah. Look at all the people chilling here. None of them are bots either. This is crazy. We have no bots.
It's buffer zone.
We have one on this. Yeah, I mean that's part of the course, but nothing crazy in the title. That would show we have attract out of it. Nothing crazy to attract like 50 to 350 bots, you know.
My conspiracy is that John Kitover is involved.
I think that's everybody's, and I don't think that qualifies as a conspiracy. When you have physical evidence that the man has like 100 phones in his YouTube video, all turned on to Clubhouse, at what point does that cease to be a conspiracy?
Kind of marveling at it was a conspiracy theory that there's a massive pedophilia ring of the global quote unquote elites And then we get there's actually real fucking evidence. Real evidence now. It's no longer a conspiracy.
He didn't want to let go.
Yeah, the Pizzagate people were like vaguely correct in the most abstract of ways. Because yeah, now we know that the Epstein class exists. In the highest levels of government.
And academia.
Top men. The guy who wrote the People's History of the United States.
Howard Zinn. Howard Zinn is useful, but only when you pair him with another historian. Otherwise, you get a filtered version of U.S. history, which leads people down this like road that we're always evil. I'm not advocating that we somehow just be paired with an older school historian who does like specific. Like you could use Howard in the overarching like book of the course, and then inject specificity with like other document, and then at least in my mind, as somebody who loves history, Howard Zinn becomes useful. But Howard Zinn on its own is not useful.
Maybe Howard Zinn and on the phone.
Hey, look, I read Thomas Sowell, and I find Thomas Sowell to be smart, but I think of like including other like first-hand document in it, right? So when he talked about say the Native Americans, he would include Native American speeches to both Congress in say Georgia, like when they were being forced to leave. At the same time, he would include like the administration at the time's rationale for like why they were doing this. So you like get that by Howard Zinn, and then my friends who, because I don't possess that, I don't possess the book by Howard Zinn, but I've looked through it and it's noble, and it does do some nice quotations. I would prefer it heavier on the first-hand document side, but I prefer all general studies coursework to be more heavily oriented.
Well, he was one of my biggest disappointments. Was friends with Jeffrey Epstein. Like they were buddy, and you couldn't figure out what it was like. That just made my heart sink a bit. Like, oh man. Finding out that they were, out academic, or even part of the sort of new atheist movement.
Absolutely. I feel it's safe with this on.
It's a movement.
What do you want?
Klaus Hagersheimer, G-section. Just checking on radiation shields.
We'll be through shortly.
Yeah, that's why I said no meet your hero.
No problems at all.
Now, well,
So fucking system.
I've seen everything I need to see.
Sorry about it.
yeah, no, I'm sure you're showing us all.
Tell me again. I hate being on the defense of people as heinous as this guy. And I don't want to peer the event, but I do have a problem with the very loosey stuff that people do. Like, oh my god, there's these files. Like, I'm not naive enough to think that a lot of them aren't seriously like more than implicated. But we have very few people who we know did anything, right? Chomsky doesn't seem to be somebody that we have something that we even close to know that he did anything, right? So when we say that, like, what is it exactly from the transcript that you see in there that would allow you to even think that he did anything, like when we say, approaching the P word, right? Oh, I'm not saying that he did anything. It's just the how. Like, ooh, right? Because it seemed like a lot of people knew who he was and what he was all about. And yeah, maybe Noam Chomsky didn't know, but it's just like it just leaves a bad taste in my mouth.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, me too. But it's like we get in these rooms, and it's almost like believing the Benjamin hype. It's like because a bunch of academics are listed in there, do you really think the academics are flying down on the weekends and like order me up a 16-year-old? I mean, that doesn't seem to be anywhere in any of this kind of stuff. It seems that this guy had his own Benjaminish kink on top of his many kinks for inviting academics and being able to say that he was talking with the big boys about academia. And I'm not saying that they weren't trying to, entertain themselves in the way that his access may have allowed him to do, but I don't think it's a one-for-one immediately. That means kids, because he did much more than just kids.
Oh, for sure.
Why are young black men?
Someone was in the room the other day. It was somebody being afraid to who was up.
Why are young black men still wearing face masks?
He said like Clinton's all over the Epstein files. And he started, he went down the list, whatever, just a bunch of people whose names we know, and we didn't mention Trump. And so I did a little Google, and I'm like, how many times was Clinton mentioned in the Epstein file? And, hundreds, right? Like, for sure. And I, so I was sort of asking, like, well, the people who are mentioned, like, what's the sort of frequency? And all the people who were mentioned were this guy mentioned were all like relatively low numbers. I mean, not nothing, and still demands an explanation as far as I'm concerned. But Elvis mentioned 38,000 times. It was like a double order of magnitude more than anybody else there. Mentioned 1,000 times.
He shows up.
Christ, like way more than anybody.
His name shows up in the Epstein files more than Harry Potter's name shows up in Harry Potter, more than Jesus Christ shows up in the Bible.
And this space only I was going to say it's the same thing we do with when we try to explain how far away it is in space to the next, star. It's like, bro, we're talking trillions of miles, like 30 trillion miles away, in every direction, by the way, from the Earth. Think of that. Trillion miles every direction. Yeah, there's nothing. Oh, except over there, there's this little thing. You know what I mean? It's like, oh yeah, I totally believe in aliens because they did. It's like, all right, make that make sense. Like, it's you're doing the same thing when you talk about 38,000 compared to like someone was mentioned 6 times. Yeah, we seen there 6 times. It's gotta be healthy. It's like, but nothing for this 38,000 times. I think some people were just so surprised. So you have to say, no Chomsky. Really? No Chomsky?
Yeah, I went in there and read I went in there to the DOJ website and I just typed in Chomsky. And I read like a lot of stuff. There's actually quite a lot of material to read through there. The most damning thing that I found was, so Epstein was, I don't know if it was like public record at the time or anything, but if Chomsky and Epstein were good friends back around 2008, then Chomsky would have known that Epstein was convicted of like, see here, procuring a person under 18 for prostitution, solicitation of prostitution in the state of Florida, 2008. So Chomsky should have known about that by then. And yet he still maintained his relationship with him afterward. So that's like the most damning thing that I can find about
more. But I mean, Chomsky was, I think, trying to figure out like how to make problems go away in his own life that had to do with his marriage or something like that, in terms of like PR or something like to that extent, which you could argue if that's worse or not. Yeah.
Ladies, a bunch of other emails between Epstein and other people, and like Epstein seems to have this like pattern of behavior of like ingratiating himself like a little weaselly, scumbag, different kind of people, powerful people, influential people. That's kind of his thing.
Yeah, it's kind of trying to thing.
Yeah, right. Like the what's it called I think that 38,000 figure in the files is not just directly like Trump himself. It's like a mixture. It's like a couple or what's the word I'm looking for? I don't know. You know, it's like all it's like from Mar-a-Lago. It's like yeah, it's like a bunch of Trump sphere stuff. That's the 38,000 mentions, but we don't. Of course, like you know, how do we know like what else hasn't been released yet? You know, like we should trust the people who are the very people who are named in the fucking files are in charge of the files' preservation and their release to the public, and we're supposed to wear their fucking word for it that they released.
Well, and you know the thing is again that like Chomsky should have known better past a certain point, and like with Matt Gaetz, right? Matt Gaetz was kind of forced out of Congress because he trafficked, slept with an underage girl, like just over state lines, but still. And after he's gone, everyone was like, "Oh yeah," everyone knew he was a fucking pervert. Everyone knew, like he would show us pictures of him having sex with like these women, and he would talk about how he'd take Viagra and Red Bull, and that makes me angry because it's like you fucking knew. All these people in Congress knew and did nothing, right? And so the kind of anger that I'm feeling at Chomsky is in line with that. You knew and you did nothing.
Well, you know, one thing I like to point out, and I totally agree with you there, Romero, that it's horrible and it's disgusting. But here's the thing: even in everyday life, when regular people are like, so and so abused me as a child, people will still be friends with that person. I mean, I've experienced that with somebody I know who I accuse and stuff, and people still, yeah, and it's like, so it's like that happens in our, you know, we want to hold Congress and these people in high places accountable, and it's like we also got to hold people in our immediate neighborhood accountable too for associating with people. You know, so it's like it's definitely a wider problem where it's like everyday people do this too in their own neighborhood.
Oh, for sure. And I mean, who was that congressman from California that was running for governor that all of a sudden all this information came out and all these pictures came out?
Oh well,
yeah, and everyone that they interviewed afterwards were like, "Oh yeah, we knew not to let our staffers be alone with him." Like, well, what the fuck?
I know. Yeah, and I came up because I took a deep dive into the Epstein files. So I went and then during COVID and shit, when people were talking about Pizzagate and all that, I deleted all of this though because I became a little emotional and unhinged because I was so distraught about what was going on. But I deleted all these videos. But I had video after video where I was telling people like, hey, Pizzagate might be like false and the whole remember the whole Wayfair like oh there's these cabinets on Wayfair.com that are where they aimed up your children oh they're transporting children via Wayfair the front door and it's like okay yeah that's not true that's obviously false and that's 38 or whatever. But I was telling people like, don't let this distract you from the fact that there is a global trafficking ring. Like just because Pizzagate and Wayfair is not true doesn't mean that there's not a trafficking ring, you know? And I had friends telling me like, Rachel, are you on your meds? Have you been taking your meds? Are you having a breakdown? Like so many friends reached out to me. And then when all the Epstein files came out, it was like crickets. Crickets. Like nobody reached out to me and said, oh my God, you were right. You know, but anyway.
What? And so Epstein was apparently friends with the guy who ran 4chan, and one of the theories.
Yeah, I saw that. I saw emails about that. Yeah.
Yeah, that they would release rumors that were true, mixed in with fantastic conspiracies like lizard people and shit to kind of flood the field.
Yeah, exactly. There were emails like I came across some of them. That they were redacted in a lot of places, but there were emails talking about the plan. Yeah, to destabilize, to say crazy shit, to initiate crazy rumors, so that people discounted the whole thing. Yeah.
So, hi everyone. Happy Saturday.
Hey. Hi. I have a few thoughts, but number one, it's interesting to think about the ethics of some of these situations that were brought up. Arnie definitely wanted to go into medical ethics for a while, and I still kind of do. But and on the topic of Epstein, let's not even get into the women physicians whom he had on speed dial to deal with all of the young girls that he abused. You're not the one I want. I know what I'm doing. He's going after the people that I did. I speak as in this program. What is he one day? I mean, it's my brother's friend. I went ahead and find Amy. How do you know about this and I don't? I thought this was talking about me. And it's like would be that Soldier Boy is tricky. Now, where they're headed next and it's important. If Soldier Boy is more because they guys to well that. With Jeffrey Epstein. Hey, I mean, we're not hiring. Hey, forget the unsung food she's so tramp-stamped on our asses. The only real reason is fear. No, the only real reason is prison. It's a really, really good read. So if anybody wants to read it, Chomsky's relationship with this author alleges that Chomsky's relationship with Epstein should certainly be considered a significant part of his legacy. There is one aspect of this writing. I really resonated with that part. So here's one paragraph that was good. There is a final debate about whether a public personal line should influence how we receive their public work. There is a law because the circumstances. Here's a rule. One thing about me is I love to paint. It is like it's therapy where I found this from Zachariah. It is a paint by numbers kit and you can do it to paint it super high quality and just glides on this canvas. That has so many beautiful designs that the that I read with regards to public figures and their actions. It was a good article, at the end, he writes to guard against the kind of reverence that has made these revelations difficult for some of Chomsky's supporters to process. I suggest a writ on an anarchist slogan that I've heard on occasion. No gods, no masters, no heroes. I found it to be an excellent read. Not sure if anyone else would like it, but in case you would like to.
From the Microsoft network? What did you say?
It's on MS now. I'm not really sure what that, what kind of, what is it, media website that is.
MS Now is the online version of what used to be MSNBC, which is itself a syndicated cable news channel, leans mostly to the kind of corporate Democrat kind of left. They do have their Just the Facts news guy at 5 or 6. I can't remember which one. And then they have a Good Sunday Show, which is usually kind of a political orientation of like what's gone on throughout the week. But they're a syndicated version, like a cable version of NBC. It used to be MSNBC and now they're MS Now. That's probably more information than you wanted. Still owned by Microsoft, yeah. I didn't know they were owned by Microsoft. I knew Microsoft was a partner.
Really? Anyways, this was just a different, this person
Like in your idea, like anarchist is a forbidden word and it wasn't invoked poorly here.
No, it wasn't. This was an excellent read. Like I probably will subscribe to the Substack of this writer at this point because I didn't realize he had a Substack.
Great.
Yeah.
You know what's interesting? I've thought about different times is like, why as human beings, when somebody, let's say they write something really beautiful, or they champion a cause that seems so just and righteous, we then known monsters who have written the most beautiful words you can hear, have said the most kind things to me, yet at the end of the day, they were horrible people. It's like we as human beings, though. I mean, I do it too, and I guess to guard against it, like we elevate people in our mind, and but it's like no, like that doesn't mean your art, your writing, your books. It truly doesn't mean anything about your character at the end of the day. But it's so easy to get caught up in having these heroes because we think it means something, you know.
I just thought it was interesting. I'd like to believe that everyone's reading the article, but I'm pretty sure that's not the case. LOL. But yeah, no. Nice.
But you know, isn't it funny to Pro's point earlier? Pro was like, talking about people being mentioned, that doesn't necessarily mean they did something. What I find funny too, I found funny though, on the flip side is people were like, oh my god, they mentioned Elvis and Marilyn Monroe in the emails in the file. And they're like, how can that be? It must be going on since that time. And it's like, guys, okay. So some of the emails, they're just making jokes and like referencing Marilyn Monroe and referencing Elvis, but they're not like Elvis and Marilyn Monroe are not like indicted in these emails. So that's something to watch out for. Yeah.
Sorry for killing the room, y'all.
Boom, kill. I was reading the article.
So is Elvis Presley alive? Is he going to come back to save the Union? Donald Trump, president, to get done then?
Oh Lord.
It wasn't Elvis Presley. It was the RFK Jr. that was supposed to come back. JFK Jr.
No, it wasn't JFK Jr. for the two people. It was actually JFK. Those training people, they legitimately believe JFK was going to come back dead.
Oh. The same place that he was murdered at, he's just gonna appear.
In a Christ-like way. Dude, it was like they were telling the story as Christ, just with JFK. It was weird. I mean, if they had that story for one person to attribute it to another, sounds weird, but again. Oh, I get it. I know somebody who, on their fence, has this, and they're a Protestant, which is the weirder part of this. And they have on their fence, this painted Charlie Kirk. Literally, an 8-foot tall thing that's 4 foot wide, and it's Charlie Kirk wrecked in an American flag with, the sun shining down on him. It is the most, and he's a religious person. He's a Christian. It's the most, ungodly fan I've ever seen. Way to tell the Lord you're venerating an idol of Charlie Kirk. The idol of Charlie Kirk is being venerated all across America by all sorts of weird people, and they're Protestants, and they don't see they're making a fucking idol out of Charlie Kirk. It is disgusting.
Yeah, I thought the Protestants were all about not being idolaters. I thought that was their whole shtick against Catholics.
Every Orthodox, pretty much. That is their entire thing. Can't do worship idols. Kind of our thing.
See, religious conflicts would be so funny if they weren't so like detrimental to the world.
That's true. If they could stay purely academic and they didn't tend toward actual violence, they would be really funny. But you take man's most sacred thing, and they're willing to fight for it. What they see is their most sacred thing anyway.
Or they like fight it out in some sort of like coliseum, like either as a soccer game or it's just like there's this Russian show that I've seen on the internet where it's just like groups of men brawling. It's like, well, MMA is not good enough. Multiple people fighting is not good enough. It's gonna be like 10.
It's gotta be a
10
fight.
Yeah, and it's like if the religious people did that like in a coliseum, you could bet money on it. It'd be great money. It would be a great money maker.
Turn off Poly Market.
Oh my god, Poly Market! You can put it on pay per view. It'd be amazing.
I feel like Modern Gladiator would be great. We get back to the Bronze Age and each select our own champion for the faith. The champion fights for the faith in front of the assembled audience members, just like Gladiator.
Make a special appearance.
Exactly. In his like over 50 pounds since he had the character Russell Crowe. It's a walk-off.
What I don't do for the good old days of a walk-off. Just like
The movie. Is this a center for ads? It's 4 times. I love it, like gasoline 5 Mile Man. That's classic.
I was gonna do the part, Dennis.
Sorry.
Shit, hey.
Can't make it up to you.
Peace. I would love an orange mocha frappuccino right about now.
Hold on, that is true. I could not get the second one.
Wait, what second one? There was a second one.
Yeah, wasn't it in the last like 5 years?
No. You went through like, what did you watch?
Let's see.
Now go Google it, please.
I swear there was a Zoolander too.
Now go Google
Yeah,
it.
2016. Yeah, there is a Zoolander too.
Stop it. That's
2016.
why do they have to ruin everything with a sequel, except for maybe The Devil Wears Prada, which I meant to go shopping for so I can get some of the cerulean pieces.
which I worked on, so I really kind of want to go see it. But yeah, no, you won't see me in it.
Without a doubt, the Wrath of Khan Star Trek motion picture was incredibly much better than Star Trek 1.
Uh-oh, you're about to start the nerd fight.
Well, I'm up to the task, because as you well know, I'm kind of a nerd myself.
Wait, nerd fighting. What are we fighting about?
That Star Trek 2, The Wrath of Khan, was better than Star Trek, the original motion picture. It's not even a disagreement. It's accepted throughout the galaxy.
I mean, yeah, when I was a kid, I was like, what is this? What is this? I'm like, but then as an adult, I like appreciate the first one. Although, yes, it is slower and all that, you know, it's not as dramatic and fun as Wrath of Khan. But I like the philosophical stuff it gets into in the first one.
Yes, whether or not AI or a human, right? Yeah. Yeah, but
Have you watched the first one without watching the TV series? Does it stand alone or connect you?
The first Star Trek motion picture stands alone.
Thank you.
Without the series, yes.
Is it from the 50s to 70s?
I want to say 65 to 68, 65 to 69.
Awesome.
Yes.
Wow. It's like Apollo is being developed.
Yeah. But the Wrath of Khan, come on. I mean, you know. Kirk, my old friend, do you know that revenge is a dish that is best served cold? It's very cold in Spain.
I like what you said, right? With your last breath, I was
yes.
Around what year was it?
Well, I know the motion picture was 77. I don't know the date of the Wrath of Khan. I'd have to look it up, but you always have and always will be my friend. Live long and prosper.
Or wait, Wrath of Khan, where he also says, out of all in all my travels, in all my encounters, there was not, and he's talking about Spock, and he's like, there was never a person who was more human.
Well, you forgot the pause. It's very important.
Yeah.
There's never been one that's been more human.
Yeah.
Yes, that's right. Yeah, I don't know anybody that thinks the original motion picture was better than The Wrath of Khan. Nope.
Rachel said it's more philosophical. Depends how you're grading it, I know. Would it be a good idea to watch the movie before the first season?
Well, you would totally watch the movies without ever watching any of the series. It's just more rich, and there's little callback to the series. And especially with Wrath of Khan, you don't have to know the history of Khan because it kind of like really quickly runs it down in the Wrath of Khan. However, if you want a richer experience, then yeah, watching the TV show first will give you a lot more context to Wrath of Khan. You know.
Yes, what she said. Yes, what she said.
Thank you. Scott has very strong opinions about this.
I definitely like Star Trek. I'm just overwhelmed by the amount of episodes there are. Like once you fall I've seen every Star Wars movie. I feel like this was like third, something like that, and I have not seen the newest thing. I don't know where to jump back in. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I hope well, but
Did you like the Next Generation?
there hasn't been any Star Wars I haven't liked. I part of the Next Generation I like less than I would have hoped, but then I've watched a little bit more of it. Okay.
You mean about the Next Generation of Star Trek? The latest generation of Star Wars. I meant the Next Generation of Star Trek.
Considering there's no such thing as the next generation of Star Wars.
I think we were talking.
Exactly. Yes.
So here's what I was gonna say after that. If you did enjoy TNG, then you might enjoy Picard. It's along the same.
And that there's what I think. Like I wanted to do Picard, would you have to do it on Peacock or something? Move it on
Paramount.
Paramount, yeah. Which I think I now have. So I'm like, okay, maybe that is worth watching. But I haven't seriously invested in a series on. They're only ones that I watch. I think I think that the only second season I started watching, and I think that's been like the last year. Agent on Netflix, like part 5.
Pro, did you ever see The Pit?
No.
Now, I have not watched season 2 yet, but season 1 is amazing. The Pit.
Wow.
The medical drama.
I love Noah.
Noah. Yeah.
I love him from the
ER.
No, actually, I never watched ER. I watched him the Alien show, the last where he's the 3D basically saving the world.
Wait, what?
So there's a TV show, and if you look up his bio, whatever the Alien TV show is, it was like 7 seasons or something like that.
It's enough, Ponsonby. You don't see us like anymore. I think that's the whole way. Until our house. I go to Alexandria to bed. My friend. Never should have. Sauce got bogged in a plowed field and the brute just gave up. 7 damn lances had him like a tiger in a pit. Bad luck they had. Yeah, particularly bad luck. He had 400 better horses and his stay wasn't happy. Brigade is broke. Plug the gap, if you please. Now's the time for the heavy cavalry, I think. By all means, sir. Morning. Get your bastards up onto the crest. I'm the rest of the brigade. Don't hurry yourself, Mick. My lads will hold them. Aye, till you come. Get forward, damn your eyes. The 92nd will advance.
He's like a room part.
Please, McDonald! It's enough, Ponsonby. Yep.
Aftermath of an alien attack throughout the country. There's different areas of resistance, like some south, some the north. Obviously, calm. They're all down. They're trying to communicate with each other. So that kind of enough of it to get really well done. He's been the super star of that show.
I vaguely remember.
Cool. I've been spending less time on Clubhouse and feeling like what should I fill my time with, and so I was like, I want to get into a good TV show.
Get into that. I want to say it ended in like right before COVID, maybe, or a little bit.
2011 and 2015.
Yeah. Okay. I thought it went a little longer, but 2015. Okay, cool. But yeah, it was so.
And I started this show called The OA on Netflix because I really like there's a dope show called Undone, which I'll get to in a minute. That show Undone is fantastic, and so I wanted to look for similar shows. And ChatGPT tells me The OA. But you ever watch something and then just one piece of bad writing in one episode? You're like, I can't get over this one little faux pas. Like, I can't watch this show. That's what happened. So I'm getting into it, and I'm like, I like the premise. This is cool. Okay.
Yeah.
Second, it's barely
Like Clubhouse Group. Like, they can't do it.
Yeah. So then there's this one piece of bad writing, which I was like, okay, I see why they had to do that. Office. With a very made the character do something totally stupid that no grown-ass adult would ever do, simply to fulfill this like new plot line they wanted to establish. And I'm like, that was so stupid. I can't even watch the rest of it. No.
Right. Noah Wiley's so good in that. Or something. And sure enough, I was like, oh, okay. I didn't know he was in the. I wasn't really watching the other. Oh, all right, cool. I remember seeing his face. Like,
yeah.
And I was like, let me watch this guy. And I was like, oh yeah, he kind of sneaked on to that. Like, yeah, this guy was good for a major role. Like, really made the show.
Yeah, and the thing I was going to mention about Undone is so Undone animated road like the system of not having the weapons, but you're also not protected watching that being a citizen of the society.
Isn't about labels. This isn't about being pro-you.
Who people think she has schizophrenia because they thought her grandmother had it, and really it's this that I mean, if you look it up, it tells you that it's like time travel, but it's not time travel in the normal traditional way you would think of it. It's kind of what I kind of like writing sci-fi screenplay of my own, where it's kind of time traveling through memory almost, rather than physically time traveling, if that makes sense. And so it really gets into things of like family trauma and healing and identity crises and existential questions and like and it's really done in this really cool way. And the writing's fantastic, the character development's great. It was only 2 seasons, but if you want a cool, unique, outside the box show like that, it's really cool. Yeah, I related to it, but yeah. But so there are moments where she like has to go in the hospital and stuff.
Derivatives.
I think I watched.
The shooting and death of a Chicago police officer is exactly.
Unfortunately, I wish there were more, but
So I think I watched it like they were going house to house kind of thing, right? In the neighborhood, and they were like, it was something like it was like this small neighborhood, like group of people in the neighborhood.
And a call for change.
Well, okay, you're talking about season 1 or season 2?
I think it was season 1.
Okay.
So there's like I have such a vague memory of it. I know I saw it. I just don't remember how much I saw it. I want to say I saw the whole first season.
Oh, okay.
I realized some people have powers, or like kind of, and it's like I just have such a vague memory of it.
Well, it was more she finds out people in her own family, like history of people in her own family.
Yeah.
So yeah.
So was he like adopted as a kid, like kind of, I don't know.
Well, the grandma was, but that kind of gives away a little bit of the plot of season 2. But yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
So you made me watch season 2.
Maybe I thought season 2 then.
Yeah, that would make more sense because that sounds more like what you were describing.
There's like a house across the street where some of the stuff happens, and they go to some community center, and then like in the neighborhood, they go upstairs this abandoned house. And, is that season 2?
No, okay. I think you might be thinking of a different show.
I mean, there is a part in season 2 where they show a lot of houses, but what it actually is not.
We are
showing houses from different time periods in the grandmother's life, not necessarily different households in the same timeline. If that makes sense.
We are.
Yeah, now there's a current film project that I'm like, I want to use rotoscoping in, but I don't know. But I'm trying to reach out to a lot of my film friends, and I'm asking them like, do you know how to rotoscope? But I guess most people don't do it because it's so expensive and time consuming to rotoscope. Lady.
Okay, I did see this. I did see this. I saw, and I think it was season 2 that I saw.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
That makes more sense. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm seeing it. I'm getting a little bit confused with another show that I watched at the same time.
We are.
Yeah, I've heard of it. But no. Now I remember the grandmother thing.
Oh, okay. When it says "Don't be a Richard" in the title, which Richard are we talking about? Are we talking about Richard with the
We are.
last name starts with C? Or who? Which?
It definitely meant the male usage of Richard during the day.
Oh, got it. I thought you were talking about the third person. I was like, wait, what?
I thought the thing like, well, like, not being a Richard.
Lady.
Richard in a lot of rooms out today. When people are really, really uptight today. I don't know what it was. A lot of rooms on it. Never been in yesterday, dude. Richard,
It is a full moon.
Yeah. Let's chalk it up to that. Well, I'm here. Up there. You know, I did that. Give me respect for that, right, Benjamin? You did well. I mean, it's my thing. Trying to get Benjamin to pick up target appointment. Up there.
I'm not gonna get
Some things that people call woo, though, are
wait. That wasn't that was not the reception we were looking for, Sam.
what were you looking?
I was looking for, hey, what's going on, man? Like
When
We are.
I suppose you have a valid point.
I know. I was about to ask that. I was like, I don't think that sounds like that. Ladies.
No.
A lot of things that people will say is woo. Because there's a lot of things I think now that I used to call woo, and I'm like, it's the way things are, and we just need a different name. Like, we need a one.
I align strongly with Benjamin on this one. I don't think I necessarily align with that. I mean, it depends what you mean, but whenever I hear something I normally think they're going to give me a list of things that I need to reconsider that are, and I will say there's something there. Like I go to this example. This may not be very controversial, but when I think of all the unexplained kind of stuff that's there, I just think of a bunch of unexplained stuff. I think of like ball lightning. I think ball lightning, weird. Hell, that thing. Category. I don't know what to make of this kind of. I don't even want to comment on it because I come for a lot of work for it. I'm like, all right, I can leave it alone. But I find when I'm in clubhouse rooms, people say, "Oh, well, you know, this is not a thing," and I'm like, "Is it really a thing?" And every time they give me an example, I go, "Well, that's not a thing." Well, I mean, they're like,
I
I wasn't talking about things that are like unexplained, but I also would never give you a list of things to reconsider because the only way to come to this conclusion is through personal experience, and nothing I say will make any sense to you or change your mind. So I used to be that person to try to convince other people like what I'm saying. And now I'm like, no, you can figure it out for yourself, and it may not align. But I don't even want to waste my breath because it's like not out of malice or something, but more like, hey, it's true for me and it's worked in my life and it's actually improved my life, but it's very personal and it's very experiential and it's very unique to my life, and so I would never deign to like speak on your life. And so it's like if you don't agree, it's like I don't even care. I'm not even gonna try and convince you. You know? Yeah.
That's no fun. The begging to reconsider.
I'll think on it. I don't know.
You get tutor Henry Keller reviews.
Wait, who me?
Yeah, well, everybody was doing that. It's a quote I remember. Okay. It's really in my like no fucks to give phase. Like, if you want to tell me that 1+1 is blue cheese, like you are correct.
Oh yeah, I do remember that quote.
What was that quote before or after 1 times 1 is 2? By our friend from what's his name? What's the name? The Marvel character guy. Can't remember his name. What's his name? You know, 1 times 1, John something. Is that his name? He played Brody. Terrence Howard.
Terrence Howard was on Joe Rogan, was it? Or what was the interview?
More than that. This is one interview. This is like 100 interviews, but yeah, he was on Joe Rogan.
I think I only heard of the Joe Rogan one where he was saying about
And he did the New Age 1 times 1 is really because of him, or was that just a general quote?
I use the times I paid a lot of extra.
You know, I don't know if you ever like finish that system. Does that mean times 3?
What the difference in addition? It's
Did we have
Soteriology.
Yeah, I forget what it was.
No, that would have been a good one, but it was something else.
So when you can afford to just hire people who will hold you all your ideas.
Hero, it's throwing me off seeing this picture of you because of Snow Crash. I always envisioned you as like this like Japanese skinny like young person. And it's throwing me.
I felt like I didn't want to misrepresent myself.
It's like
But throw out an actual photo every once in a while.
no, I've been trying to get certain people to read Snow Crash. Like for me with Snow Crash, the writing was a little bit hard for me to get into at first because I feel like he spent so much time and details on things that I just as a reader was not interested in. But then when you get to that middle part where he just all of the threads just tie together and it's all about language and myth and like all that programming and all the shit that was combined towards the half of the book, I'm just like, it's so worth it to wait through the red story. And I'm just so because at first I kept stopping reading it, and then one of my friends was like, "No, Rachel, you've got to get to this part of the book. You're gonna love it." And he was right. So yeah.
You got your hand up. Here's my impersonation of Al Pacino trying to look for his cat. Get ready? Where's my motherfucking cat? It's pretty good. Pretty good.
Where's my motherfucking time?
Where's my mother? I'm sorry that the chicken got cold. Who? Fucking out. Like, not my TV. You just fuck my wife. You can't watch my TV. That is such a fucking. That's exactly what I was saying. I'm taking my RoboCop Blu-ray special edition. You can just fuck me. Sorry for ruining your room again. I don't know if my room's capable to be ruined, but appreciate it. Well, you put time into it. You've been building the room. You have a lot of listeners now. I can see the work you put into it. I kind of feel bad. I mean, it's like poo all over everything, like a fucking devil.
I didn't know if that was a statement of hubris or just that like nothing can derail your room because you allow all things.
It's hubris, but I mean, to an extent, I suppose it depends on how invested you are in the conversation. I'm not invested in this conversation, so here you go. Fucking hero. You look like an actor. What do you fucking look like? You look kind of like Joaquin Phoenix mixed with, I don't know. I just don't know the names of all these actors. I put my finger in that mustache. Okay, no more being weird. Everyone, okay, we're normal. Okay, that's it.
No more being weird and you call it Benjamin? I'm just kidding.
Marshall's fucking weird. I don't think Benjamin's.
Yes, I wanted it to be weird.
You're kind of weird, yeah. Sam's weird, but he's fun to party with. Sam's like a lot of fun. I think Sam's like one of the coolest people. I kind of like thought he was like kind of boring at first, but he's. Alright, I'm gonna do my weird ranking.
Wait, party with?
Can I do my weird ranking of everyone in the room? Yes, you can. But yeah, he is. No, there was this night recently. All right, top. Oh, Austin just came in to change the whole dynamics. All right, the bottom weird. We have. I can't do top weird. I have to do least weird. This is a tough room for least weird. I'm gonna go with Ellie's weird in the whole room. I'm gonna hit my number one spot. Yeah, I stand by that. That's why I mod Elliot. Because when you want a well modded room, you choose Elliot, and then you throw in all the shit show like Benjamin. Number two is a strong propension to say hero, but I think I'm gonna go with Dennis. I think Dennis is coming in number two. Followed by John.
I made the stand. I'm on the
After that, it gets really challenging. It gets really challenging after that. Yeah, it gets really. I mean, there's a lot of ways you can go here. It's like define what you mean by normal. Right here is the payoff. Anybody can get that top three in any order, and you'd be correct. I think with number four, I think this could be a mistake. I could live to regret it. I think I'm going with Sam. Really? Sam may lose respect for me for putting him this high. All right. I think I'm coming in right like this. isolate. Of course, like if she's on stage, I put her right to the class because even her last name is so normal for me. She wants to isolate from the rest of humanity, which I love. So I'm not going to count Meg. Um, um, let's see. I think next. It feels really irresponsible of me saying this, but I think it's Romero. so, so,
Oh, no, yeah, you're wrong.
I think it might feel weird about this too. I think Aisha might be next. It's like I might have.
Wait, you're putting who's not weird. I would put Aisha above Romero.
I think so too. I think I heard it, but it's really weird.
Yeah, he's trying to rank people who are.
You are at the beginning, the left where you are. We're going towards.
That's why I'm disagreeing with him, Romero. Yeah.
I'm a normie. Holy.
So when you're a normie.
Yeah. We all know who's number one or number. Let's just put this in. Let's just say. All right. I won't reveal as much information. I'm just going to. All right. And now I don't think we do know because I have a strong urge to put Joe at the head of the class, but we all know Joe very little. So, I was weird to least weird or least weird to weirdest.
I was going for penultimate. I really wanted.
Yeah, Joe could be. I think the more Joe, the more you're gonna vote for Joe to be the weirdest guy in. But I'm gonna put Joe right now. I'm gonna put Joe now.
Like I think Joe and just do the bottom three and then top three and everybody else is like that.
Nah, I'm still building. And then I think this feels. I feel dirty saying this too, and I think Uncle Steve is next.
You feel dirty.
So he's number one. He's top weird. And I think it's Rachel. And I could reverse that order too. Rachel and Steve to the left. And now we really come down to the payoff because these are who I have left. I have Roybus, I have Benjamin, I have Marshall, and I have Austin. But I said, I think it's Marshall who's next. I think it's weirder than me. What are you talking about? No, you're right after him, and it's Roybus. So, but I felt like it could go either way. Roybus, Marshall. And now I think it's Austin. And I think by default, I think Benjamin wins, and I think then Benjamin.
I don't disagree with Benjamin.
I think that's pretty solid. I mean, you might reverse a couple of people, but it's pretty solid.
Austin doesn't go as long.
I gotta bring up my weird game, man. Like, what the fuck?
I know. Right?
Star Rivera. You're in a room of all stars here, so I got. You're gonna have to glue some like dog ears all over your body to like repeat. And I challenge you. I challenge anybody, by the way. Like, think of your weirdest weird for your resume of how you could say yourself in 10 seconds. Just how freaking weird you could sound. I mean, Rachel, take yourself for example. Like, as normal as you are, you could make your weird biography be.
I mean, I'm not that normal. I just hide it well.
You hide it well. That's what I'm saying. You know, and I honestly think I might be the most normal in the whole room.
I was thinking that the whole time. Like, this is a list done by someone who's very normal. No, I think Elliot is more of a normie. I think
he is.
If I'm more or less normal because I have Lisa Frank Spacey and Smart GTR.
Yeah, I don't think that adds to the normal. Really quick, Roybus, the actor you're thinking of is Scott Grimes, and I have his photo in my PTR. Oh, we look up Scott Grimes. I don't know some of these new actors. You've seen him in a lot of things. My hero looks a little bit like Luke Grimes, the guy who plays at Marshalls. They just like needs more muscles over here like that, but like he can pass his hands a little bit. Hey, he just needs like a private like trainer, you know, he'll get there. Like if you had to like play like Jason Bourne or something, you would, you know, they'd fix you up real quick. They give you $1 million just for your personal trainer.
I mean, whoever you look like, hero, it's a nice face.
Yeah, it's my face. No, it's the face. Yeah, he's one of the stars of the Orville. He's been in a lot of movies and TV shows since he was like a little kid. You know him if you see him and on
So Romero, is your next PTR gonna be you with a bunch of dog ears all over your body?
yeah, it's gonna get a bunch of nipples and taste of them.
He could be in the next like Tool video or something.
Yeah, it'll be like chicken pox but nipples. I definitely have to edit.
I know that I'm not gay, but
And Rose. I have to edit that Romero.
Rivas, did you ever meet Trent Reznor? No, I met Marilyn Manson. Cool.
Bro, you should change your title.
Oh, but I did a recording at James his keyboard player's house. If you see that old school MTV thing where they're all like in the mud and shit, that whatever that Woodstock, right? Like, Woodstock. Anyway, I've been to his house in Calabasas, but I've never met Trent. What about Primus?
Went into the shower and I came out and now like what? There's like a break going. Hello. There's all the fun people all in one place.
Yeah, you were voted weirder than you probably become.
Apparently, you're weirder than me.
And there's no way that that's true. Sorry, I know Romero.
I was hoping to edge out Ben.
How did you not edge out Benjamin, Rivas?
I don't know, it's because Brenda's tries too hard.
Definitely like driven you.
I'm too much of like a florid, weird person. Like I don't know. Like,
Why am I getting voted as weirder? Like where? Wait, what? When did I come?
It's that whole like that you hate Keanu Reeves thing that really pushed you over the edge.
What?
California. I'm trying to recap the list here. I'm trying to read. So was it Elliot, Dennis, John, Kiro? Came after Kiro. Sam. I think
I'm not as normal as Dennis. Oh, Dennis. Oh, Dennis. Yes.
You're 11. This is a cybersecurity expert. Of course he's not.
I don't understand. This is not what I want to feel comfortable after my shower.
I think it was Joe.
I might have to. I've had enough of the jury of appeals and track meets and conference championships, but I may actually sit here and pay to protest. Let's do it.
You need to speak to the manager.
Well, excuse me, Aaron, I'd like to speak to the manager, please. I'd like to know who your supervisor is.
Now that Io's here, I would have to totally revise it. Put Io like second to Benjamin.
The one thing I can has never been to a UFO conference.
3 minutes. They knew the police response time. There's.
I know, but if he did go to a UFO conference,
If he did go to a UFO conference, they might just stop the conference and say, "See, that's the proof." How do we know he hasn't been there for a conference at Esalen? And Io won for least boring a few months ago. What is it? The state charges show that he alien to a UFO person. We know that UFO conference they treat the aliens with much more respect.
So I need to hear the argument for why is it that you think Benjamin is like the weirdest?
Oh, clearly the weirdest.
But why is
Nobody ever.
I mean,
He always been a weird cat. He was my house. That's a fact. Exactly. Yeah.
is that what we're doing? Like, what we're because I'm certainly not boring. But that being said, Sam has. Oh, someone else mentioned boring, but no, that's not what we were talking about. Yeah. Sam said needs to do a ranked choice poll where everybody votes for their top 3 or 5 weirdest people, and then we show this. That sounds pretty democratic, and
I think so. Look, but here's proof, right? Sort of. Like, I think Rachel agreed with me that I could be the least weird. I could be the most normal, but I don't think I'd be the most boring. So boring and normal, I don't think they have to. I'm not
skyrocketing off.
Right,
Sorry,
yeah.
not but clearly not. But anyways, Benjamin, so he is and he isn't. Boring in the fact that he says the same thing over and over and over. That's just by boring. He's certainly on high on that. But his takes are not boring. His takes are anything but boring. I mean, he literally has a fake DVD called How to Survive in an Islamist Country. I mean, that is not boring. It's as boring as he says it 600 times.
Yeah, his ideas are just really, really not. I can't.
Yeah, it takes. So yeah, Benjamin is definitely one of a kind. I mean, nobody knows anyone like Benjamin unless you know the star of Stranger Things and the pilot on that show. Then you know Benjamin. But if you don't know that guy, Ben pretty much first time. Like I know that.
I don't know about that. You're skipping over Uma, right? Uma. Talk about the most entertaining.
Well, not like she's a nut in every sense of the word. Like, and I know nuts exist, but Benjamin's a nut while not being stupid. You know, like he has unbelievable bad takes.
It's a very fine line.
Yeah, he's very, very smart, well read, generally intelligent person, and just unbelievably stupid ideas on top of that, right? So it's hard to put a finger on.
You know, it's funny. I often get told, "Wow, Rachel, you're so normal and well-adjusted for someone who was raised in a cult and has psychosis." So I'm like, okay, like I don't know how to take it.
Well, now that you went there, I was thinking that I did the bio. Like, we wanted to create that bio I was talking about.
I know if you go purely by bios, I think I might win the odd weird game. Yeah.
And of course, Benjamin's is right there. Benjamin is a.
But I mean,
be objective. If we want to be objective, everyone taking meds has to go off.
Romero.
I'm not going off my meds. It's not happening.
I mean, unless you want to see me like.
I get really sad when I get off my meds. I don't want to do this.
I'm good.
No, I was gonna say, bro. Has Benjamin. Hold on.
You sound like an REM song from the 90s, Marshall.
Goes out to. That's gay. Jump like shot rates.
Oh shoot, you're right. I was hoping you wouldn't recognize him.
You got a hitter with an open hair.
How could you not recognize Sean Connery? Yes, you do look like him, but
This is the photo back when I used to actually go to the barber, and they ask what I wanted. I whip out this picture and say, "Look, I'm not expecting miracles, but this is what I'm going for."
Wandering in the night, watch where that shine through.
I'll pick. How does that work?
Right in there to a gunfight.
And then he takes a ride through with the Humvee and the whole escape scene.
Oh, the Rock. Oh, so good. What was it? Let's talk about it. Oh, fuck. I forgot.
There was a line about how women goes home and fucks the prom queen.
Yeah.
Paper or plastic? What? Paper or plastic? Is what we're doing here? I'm gonna either need to put you in a paper bag or a plastic one.
No, the thing I was gonna say, bro, before my kid came in, because I didn't want to hear it. I was gonna say, look, I think I could take the cake home on this because I don't think even Benjamin has ever thought he was a deer and got naked and on all fours and started eating grass in somebody else's backyard. So that is a true.
At least that.
Yeah.
That.
Just
So anyway, that's what happened on my last day on the break.
Yeah, we don't know that much about Benjamin. He might be.
Yeah. Yes, when you are.
Throw some bees and honey in there, and I think you have a pretty on par story.
Well, I gotta say, people when you want to protect women from a religion that literally kills them.
I love protecting women from religion.
It's like waking up the Kraken. Isn't it like waking up the Kraken?
Oh, well, well,
I think
it's like InfoWars light.
Hey, Greg, hey, my plumber.
It's like running an MRI on people's moral intuitions.
Girl, you don't need that.
We're going the frog skirt.
When you have like a wrench stuck up their ass or something, like wondering like, why do you have any objection whatsoever?
Well, he got there with a lot of food. Okay.
You can be religion that literally kills women for wearing their hair falling out of the side of their hijab.
They gotta have the right hand.
Okay, it's not the religion that does that. It's a religious society that does that. But wait, hold on. Somebody said something a second ago. 1 second.
Wait,
said something right before it. Somebody said something right before it that made me think of. Darn it! I lost my thought. I'm so sorry.
Was that it?
What was it?
Earlier was describing the amount of lube required to hide a wrench.
Oh yeah. I saw a CT of a man who decided to put a bunch of Russian dolls up his anus.
Oh my god.
Nesting dolls.
The nesting dolls. Saw a CT image of that, and I was like,
Evil torture device where they had like the pear and they put that in the penis.
And then it slowly expands. Oh.
Yeah.
that would be evil. But also, I saw, and this is terrible since we have a majority of men on the panel as usual. But they decided to stuff a jump rope up their urethra through their penis. I love sharing fun faces with you guys.
It's so bad.
Remember?
Yeah.
Talking about that.
Like, you don't people that's real life.
Bro, not much.
I mean, to rebuke Benjamin, all we have to do is just look at the history of Christians and witches, and there we are.
But some of those women would be a people.
She turned you into a dude.
I got that up.
I thought.
Just like witches.
So that's so interesting. I love how like Benjamin is like there's to defend his title of being weirdest, he brings up this thing about the hijabs or whatever. I'm like, I don't know what that had to do with anything. But okay.
The group this time. You might have missed.
I guess so.
Benjamin gave us a nice story of this poor woman whose father, I believe, what did he like? Kill her, Benjamin, with a car, trying to commit holy.
Oh wow.
Yeah, it was, love this one. Benjamin, you want to give it a replay? And poor Nora story. He took a full 5 and almost did. Cheers. So let me skip to the highlights.
Who's shaving?
Girl doesn't want to get married to her cousin. Father insists that no. That's John.
What is shaving?
So enjoy the listening to John Hotlight. They know about. shaving my chest right now.
I'm grooming myself to look more like Sean.
How are you? I'm shaving the letter R into my chest for one.
So recently, a MAGA Republican got into an argument with his 20-some-year-old daughter, and then he proceeded to shoot her to death. So,
Oh yeah, I saw that one.
Yeah, I heard about that too.
So are we gonna denounce the Christianity part of that somewhere along the line? No? Yes.
not Benji.
No, but she should.
He only has eyes for
It corresponds to his anti-religion stance.
He only has eyes for Muhammad. Only has eyes for Muhammad.
Alright, just want to admit something to you that's kind of embarrassing to everyone now. I don't know why, because I don't really know any of this thing. So I like to eat cottage cheese and I put salsa in it. You know, just mix salsa with cottage cheese. That's
Like
weird.
like Mexican salsa.
Right?
Well, that's my thing
The
is,
guy over, like, I'm trying to out weird Benjamin. Is like, okay, wait,
oh, my thing is Thai green curry and cottage cheese.
that sounds good too.
Yeah, it's really good.
Damn it. Anyway.
He just dropped a notch towards the normal.
I don't know. Horse is kind of basic. I don't know.
I mean, I know people who do that. Cottage cheese and salsa.
White cottage love.
Well, cheese drops.
I know Romero. I'm in Oklahoma.
Okay, what else? I gotta go really weird. I ate fucking cricket tacos. I go to a Oaxacan restaurant.
Crickets? Like with crickets in it? Gosh, and I thought I was weird for French fries with honey, salt, and pepper.
Yeah.
I've done that in Oaxaca.
So
I've
good.
eaten grasshoppers. I've eaten codfish donuts. I've had anglerfish liver.
Excellent like that.
I ate a liver. I ate a lobster. It was so high. Abalone.
Right, you recovered your spot.
Sea squirt. Sea squirt's fucking weird. The coral reef animal. I don't think I would do that one again. I've eaten otter vaginas. I think all of those.
Are you making this up?
Augers.
Are you making this up?
And you all were just like, that's pretty fun. That was funny. But I ate crickets and all the other things. I'm not bragging about killing animals. That was like a particular Korean place where it's a live seafood. I didn't like order that. They just bring stuff out. So you go like, okay, we have 5 people. Bring us that much food. And they just bring out random shit. And one time, yeah, the lobster, the bands were still on the claws. It was alive. They kind of moving around. And I was like, all right. It was like watching the second Indiana Jones movie, Temple of Doom, but eating the monkey brains and the bugs and shit and the snake babies. And when I was a kid, I was like, I hope one day I will get to actually do that.
Yeah, eat one otter. Everybody needs something. Just my screen.
That's very strange.
No, it's not.
No odds. How did that happen?
Party time!
Let's see if we can.
Experimentation. Yeah. But I can't leave. I can't even leave the room. Murder.
You don't have anything.
You thought you could leave, Mr.
Oh, this is very weird.
Sure, you thought you could.
And yet nobody has the ability to end the room, right? Am I wrong? I don't see it.
Pros in the audience, right? When you leave, does it make somebody? No, it doesn't. One of the mods left the company.
I was gonna say somebody should find the pro up that. They finally fucked up. See it.
See, this is what happens when you just vibe code everything. You get garbage fucking software.
Well, is it more garbage for it to fail open or closed?
That was the rate they're set.
This may be the first permanent room of Clubhouse history. Can anybody change the title? Because that would be wonderful if the first permanent room in Clubhouse history.
So yes. No, I can't do anything. I only have my own audio quality controls and certain settings that.
So nobody even knows if anybody has their hands raised down there.
Oh. You can brings nothing. You can change nothing.
You will love it.
What's my thought? What?
And Dennis is somehow not weirder than me. Pro just doesn't know you like I do, Dennis.
Goes. Do better. I don't know. Whether gratified or triggered by being trying to play the bitch. I mean, your photo's kind of weird. Like, what are you doing there? What are you trying to?
Literally left us in this permanent room to sit here and fester about who's the weirdest.
It's like, are you looking like directly to the sun?
Like, I think that was his whole plan, was to sit here and let us fester in a room talking about how weird we are when he's really the weirdest one of all.
And all I have to say to that is,
Are you trying to do an Al Pacino though?
I'm doing a more like, like a more out of it. It comes on the other day, like, what? I'm tired.
Get what you're doing. Get what you're doing.
Pacino describing that masks. Like the funniest things I've ever seen. What's funny about this thing is, he's about to say something else, and they changed it. I don't know if it's like ADR or something, but he almost said a different line, but they kept it anyway. I think it was just like, she's got a great something, and he went to big ass. I've analyzed really twice. No, to be fair, there wasn't as much content back when that movie started. Yeah, we didn't have a choice. It's like, what are you gonna do? I'm gonna go home and watch Heat. For the 15th time on cable or whatever.
For the 46th time this month.
I'll probably jack off for 2 hours and then I'll watch Heat 36 times. What you do?
When you're weird. Okay, so what you just mentioned that whatever Al Pacino line. What is the best compliment you've ever got about you?
From Al Pacino?
Sure.
The best compliment I got from me. Wait, say it again. Aisha. What's your question?
I said, what's the best compliment you've gotten? You can keep it to a part of your body if you really want to.
From. Yeah, answer that. What are you talking about?
Because we were talking about Al Pacino.
Oh my god.
Oh, I know you'll answer right. That's why you think I asked you.
I'm not. With these people in the room, maybe you and the different after hours for. No.
Okay. I'll ask you later.
wisdom. But then, yeah.
The night is still young. We must venture forth.
I want to hear from two people the weirdest statements that I have. Figure out what's weird, what counts.
I don't know. I can't figure it out.
With science, religion, kind of weird because you're not like a typical atheist. You definitely.
Wait, Benjamin, do you describe yourself as an atheist? Yeah, and
it doesn't make sense because people make up shit all the time. Money comes from No. If money is not real, okay, then God is not real. But if money is real, just make up things. People made up 10,000 gods. Like those 10,000 gods and influencers real money.
Money is not everything. It's the only thing, Benjamin. You got it back.
That's nobody's got even a clue. Oh wait, Zoroastrianism's weird. That's well documented. There's good scholarship on that. They'll even come up and explain it 15 times if you need that. What's the other thing? Science. Oh, I'm so right about the science. You can't even know. I don't know.
Bro, we decided you're the weirdest one while you were away. Because you just made me one and ran away.
Yeah, I was going to ask you how. What happened?
No, he decided to make us all bicker amongst ourselves. He is the master manipulator here. We're all bickering about how weird we are. Royvis is trying desperately to win the competition. And then he ran away and created the first permanent room on Clubhouse.
So how did the mods come back?
Bro, did you notice what happened? You left, bro, made nobody a mod, yet the room is still going.
I think I was next in line and Clubhouse was like, we cannot let more people on. A new form of room is there to be. Is there to one?
The auto assign failed, and fortunately, the room didn't.
If the room didn't that parts of Lambda. I mean, I still have yet to hear someone say they did a weirder thing than what I did, but okay.
Okay, the best compliment anyone ever gave me is I look kind of okay at like 4:30 p.m. when the golden hour when the light's just right. Hits my eye.
That was the best compliment. They said you looked sort of okay.
Yeah.
I think if I should have moderated, we should have Royvis moderated. That seems like the only.
The universe must have balance.
The Aisha Royvis duality.
It's a good one.
Now you were framing it all, really.
Well, in physics, we call it the AR paradox.
I think.
I'm put my weight that's back on this one. Like that one for Fantasy is a good one.
Sorry, now I remember.
I'm so proud of it when I got it, and now it's like it's funny. It's fucked my shoulder. I have like a bruise on my chest. It's fucking weird.
Lady.
I have a friend who decided to walk the entire perimeter of New York City, which is over 32, maybe 36 miles, without training for it at all, not realizing that she was going to attempt an ultra marathon today. I haven't checked in on her. I gave her a lot of advice.
We are 38 trillion.
Thinking of your late night hiking, remind
reminded me that that's what they tried to do today. And for people who haven't trained, that's going to be a 14-hour day.
I get it, but I do my crazy hikes all the time. I've been doing this for 20 years.
Oh wow. I would have more money bet on you than a random person who never like did a big long walk.
Did I tell you that the mountain biker hit me a couple few weeks ago? He hit me he ran right into my under my ribs. He's like, "What are you doing, man? God promised me this mountain." We kind of tried to pull that shit. We're like, "Oh, I'm sorry, is this a bike trail? I didn't know you could just fly around without any kind of bell or warning." No, the thing is, you're gonna eat it, which I was. All scratched up. I'm like, yeah, that's what you get for being a fucking dipshit. And I don't let a bunch of dumb yuppies on e-bikes dictate where I go or what I do or where I hike. So I swear to God, if I see one of them, I'll make them wait every fucking time. Until I'm done, get my low ass up that fucking hill, they have to wait. I don't care how fucking mad they get. Oh, they get so upset. It's just fun. Really. Yeah. Don't worry, I'm an asshole in real life.
That's okay. You're just apparently not the weirdest.
Give it some time. I know, right?
It's a living list. It's updated.
Well, Miss Nancy, welcome to the list.
I have 3 nipples.
What list?
And I have a third.
Bro made a list of people who are weird and normal.
And I have a weird
the most normal person. It's on the top, and the most normal person is Elliot. And who is the weirdest? Oh wait, my name's there too. Yeah, you're in the middle. You're not that weird, and you're not that normal. In the middle. That's right. I'm in the middle.
I miss Nancy.
Bit weird, bit normal. Sorry, Rogers.
I think there's an argument to be made. Io and Austin.
Yeah, kind of offended by that. How did Austin?
You're not getting the Benjamin title. I don't see that happening.
No. Yeah. He's an older gentleman who's more accomplished in his weirdness. I have yet to reach that present.
We all have goals.
And the after show, Dr. James, your Raider outfit will be thoroughly impressed.
I should.
I swear, anytime somebody says the words "I should," I'm like, what? Who's talking to me? It was really hard in school as a kid.
I do think Joe could possibly be from Benjamin thinking more about.
Well, I'm proud to be in the middle. Well, you're my co-host, Miss Nancy, so I think we're doing that. Yeah, we're next to each other, so that must be okay.
If you go to the audience, we might have to remove you from the list. So might have to take Hero off there. I mean, Hero, we're very confident of our Hero knowledge, but someone like Meg, she was on stage briefly, but y'all don't know Meg that well, so she has to go first. But I think if she was up here, she might be right between Hero and Sam. It's possible. Maybe somewhere right around there.
So far.
Oh, where's your name, bro?
Oh, I don't know. I think truthfully, if you guys did the list, I'd probably be second or third from the bottom.
From nah, you're top three. You're top three for sure. Don't even sweat, boy.
I think Elliot.
By virtue of organizing a community of weirdos, that puts you in the top three ranking, bro. So I'm sorry, you are guilty charged. So what happened to your mini mic? What happened? Couldn't hear shit. He's eating. I thought hero. Ladies. Not Elliot.
I was walking home from taking my car to get worked on. About a 45-minute walk for like the streets of Van Nuys. I swear to God, I walked by the homeless encampment. There were all these people, and then this woman just like taking her shirt off, like on the street, on the sidewalk. While I was walking by, and I was, fucking, it's like a Hieronymus Bosch painting or something. What the fuck?
Lady.
See a lot of that.
Was she on?
I saw a homeless woman just with like no shirt on, just moves out. I don't know, he's hot. He looked extremely. The one I thought today was emaciated, looked like a drug addict. No, it wasn't hot. Because I felt bad for her because she's like doing this, whatever, doing that in front of all these like gnarly homeless dudes. Can't imagine what she has to go through. Fucking live another day, right? Can you imagine? You think it's like.
Imagine. Sure. There are movies made on the topic for sure.
I mean, she's brain damaged at this point. She's done. I mean, she's the trauma she's been through, and like she's from there. We are. Got me tired.
I hate validating to Benjamin every once in a while. I really do. But I might have to at this point.
Why?
Because he's not the only one who probably fantasizes about going to like a psychiatry, conference and going there and asking every psychiatrist and psychologist that exits the building, hey, so how many patients have you cured? I watched a video compilation.
Cured or killed? I'm not sure. I broke up for
Cured. I watched like an old video compilation, like from like 1990 or 2000 or something. And it was just this compilation of all these psychiatrists who said, I haven't cured anybody.
Lady.
I'm sorry, that makes me somewhat insensitive, but I remember seeing this random video pop up on my feed and thinking, wow, they must have really loved this song. These compilations.
I mean, that's the problem. Always is just always spread of the